Hey everybody, are we live? I think we're live. Not exactly sure how this whole thing works, but I hope we're live. That'd be really useful. Haven't really done YouTube live yet. Did Facebook live? I think Thomas went on Instagram live, but haven't really done it on YouTube yet. So I'm hoping this works out. I guess we'll find out afterwards. But should probably go ahead and share this because I know nobody's in the stream now, so I'm just kind of talking to myself here. But somebody might watch this later. You never know. I don't know. But let's go ahead and post this to Facebook. Would you have done it all the same? If it wasn't down, I would have been playing football. I mean, that was the basic reason me opting out. I'm COVID related, and I would stay out there. College is something that you only experience once. But really, the experience that I went through here and people that I met really shaped me into my life, the person that I'm becoming. Gave me some knowledge. That's the thing that I'm going to do. I can't wait to be a football player. Really want to be a little kid on the field again. Chase and Sewell could go back to back tonight. All right, so that's posted onto Facebook. I know that was a lot of dead noise there, but you know, like I said, forgive me. I really. I bet that's probably coming through on the sound there, isn't it? Here, let me go get something else here. This is my first time doing this, so just kind of figuring out as we go. I gotta make a Twitter post too. A lot of nothing going on, which again is fine. I'm literally expecting nobody to be watching this live stream. I mean, like, if somebody comes on, that'll be great, but I'm going to talk about it regardless, just because, I have fun talking about football stuff. So let's see if anybody joins though. And if not, this is still a pretty new podcast, so I'm not going to sweat it too much. They are. Yep, they are hyping up the NFL draft in Cleveland. Look at all those Browns fans, man. Hey, look, a Bengals fan. There was a Bengals fan right there. Yeah, there's a Lions fan. I wonder if we'll see Thomas. We probably won't. But there's a dude in a old style Joe Burrow jersey. I mean, unless that was a Christian Palmer jersey, in which chance, in which case, rip. Share it with anybody else. I should probably make a post about it on the. What is Bill Belichick going to do tonight? I would say one of his. All right. So I think that is properly shared enough. So, yeah, let's go ahead and, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a beer. Ain't football without beer, right? So let's talk about what we got going on. So it's technically the Jaguars are on the pick, right? The Jaguars are on the clock, right? They've been on the clock for a while. Is there I don't think there's no discussion really to be had here, right? I mean, we all know they're taking Trevor Lawrence. You know, it'd be crazy though. You know, I actually just interestingly enough, I was actually supposed to take part in a mock draft on Facebook, in a Facebook group I'm in, and I guess the mock draft just never happened. It never materialized or something. Maybe they didn't get enough people to like take over enough teams or something like that. But they let me take over for the Jaguars because the Bengals had already been taken. And so I was all ready and willing to take Max Duffy, the punter out of Kentucky, with the number 1 pick. And like I said, the mock draft didn't happen. But wouldn't that be funny if the Jaguars took Max Duffy? That would be, boy, how many people do you think would get fired over that? Like, would Shad Khan just completely erase? Well, I mean, he'd have to sign off on it, right? So maybe nobody would get fired. I mean, everybody would get fired eventually if you take a kicker with the number 1 overall, or a punter with the number 1 overall pick. But hey, maybe he's the best punter of all time. You never know. Still not worth the number 1 overall pick, but still, that would be funny. And it was going to be funny if the mock draft had actually taken place, but it didn't. I'm not bitter or anything. Y'all hear about this Aaron Rodgers situation, by the way? Apparently, he's like actively asking to get out of Green Bay. So I guess if the Packers trade him, that'd be something interesting. Where do y'all think he'd go? Because like they're not going to. They're not going to trade him to another NFC team, right? So I mean, a lot of those teams, like look at the draft order here. The teams that might be in position to get a quarterback, they're not going to trade him to the 49ers because NFC. And I'm sure he'd love to be playing for the 49ers, but they wouldn't trade him there. They wouldn't trade him to the Falcons. They wouldn't trade him to the Lions. They definitely wouldn't trade him to the Lions because, first of all, I don't think the Lions could take him on right now because of Jared Goff, and second of all, because division opponent. They wouldn't trade him to the Panthers. So yeah, the teams that they could possibly trade him to. I mean, if for whatever reason the Jags and the Jets were to be talked out of their taking a quarterback with the number 1 and 2 overall pick, but that's not going to happen. So we'll move on from that. I mean, maybe the Dolphins. Like, you think? Because I mean, it's like yeah, they took Tua. They seem somewhat committed to Tua, but I mean, if you got a chance to go get Aaron Rodgers, would you stick with Tua? I don't know if I would, but then again, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about Brian Flores. But then again, you got Aaron Rodgers. I don't think Brian Flores can like hurt Aaron Rodgers' confidence at this point. It'd be kind of ridiculous. Who else we got here? The Broncos. Yeah, that would be interesting to see Aaron Rodgers go to the Broncos. That actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. I mean, I don't think a trade would happen before the draft anyway, but also they did just trade for Teddy Bridgewater, so that'd be weird for them to. But they only sent a 6th-round pick too, so that'd just be weird for them to trade for both Aaron Rodgers and Teddy Bridgewater. But I mean, yeah, getting Teddy Bridgewater totally doesn't preclude you from going and getting Aaron Rodgers. I mean, especially if maybe you include Drew Lock as part of that trade, that would be interesting. Maybe the Eagles if you include Jalen Hurts. Although, actually, no, I take that back because NFC. Chargers got Herbert. I mean, you could maybe see them trade him to the. Well, no, they wouldn't do that. Patriots is one. You could definitely see them trading Aaron Rodgers to the Patriots, which would be nightmarish for anybody who doesn't want to rebirth the Patriots dynasty. You got the Cardinals, NFC. Probably not the Raiders. They probably like Derek Carr enough to not move on from him right away. Houston. I mean, with everything going on in Houston, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers would like. He might just retire if they send him to Houston. He's just like, you know what? I had a good football career. I'm done. I already won a Super Bowl, guys. Like, I got nothing left to prove. I'm a Hall of Famer. Screw you. They're not trading him to the Bears. I mean, we've heard those rumors, right? But they're not going to trade him to the Bears. Come on. Colts already got Wentz, which I mean, yeah, maybe give it a year or two, and they might be moving on from him too. But right now, I think they want to give Wentz a shot. Not going to trade him to the Titans. Ooh, ooh. You think they could send him to the Steelers? Yeah, I have. I do not want to see him go to the Steelers. That would suck. I would not be a happy camper. Anybody else? Maybe the Saints. Probably not the Saints. Um, yeah, that might be it as far as options go, right? So probably the most likely option there. You got like the Patriots, the Broncos, and I said Saints earlier, but that's an NFC team. I keep forgetting about that. So I don't know. Kind of hard to say. Well, yep. Anyway, yeah, I don't see Aaron Rodgers going to any of those teams at all. We do have hopefully we're getting a guest appearance by the way later from Thomas. I don't know exactly what his plans are or aren't for that. Like I said earlier, he's actually at the draft. So I don't know. I mean, he might just get so caught up with it that he doesn't even remember to like show up in the first place. Which I mean, I wouldn't blame him. It'd be exciting as hell to be at the NFL draft, and I'm sure he's had the time of his life. So if he doesn't show up, I wouldn't be mad at him. But it'd be kind of cool to get his like live reaction to like especially the Browns pick, right? Um, I mean, you're going to get my live reaction here to the Bengals pick. And I mean, that's part of why I'm doing this live stream, by the way. Even if nobody shows up, I kind of want to get my live reaction to who the Bengals do end up picking. Which, by the way, if it's Jamar Chase, there's not going to be much of a reaction. It's just going to be like, oh, yeah, I knew that. But if it's literally anybody but Jamar Chase, then we'll see. I mean, I'm not saying I like Jamar Chase is like I would only be happy with Jamar Chase. Of course, I'd be happy with like Penny Sewell would be a fine pick. I would love to see Kyle Pitts. And if we trade down, then that opens up the field to a lot more potential picks and stuff like that. But like I said, you're if they do pick Jamar Chase, I'm not sure. I'm not sure my reaction is going to really be worth much of anything at all. I mean, it's just gonna be like, yep, they took Jamar Chase. That's what I expected. Might get kind of excited. Be kind of cool to see Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. Yeah, I said on the podcast right last year watching the national championship LSU Tigers. It was like, I mean, as a Bengals fan, you're watching that game, right? And you're thinking, oh my god, that's my quarterback. But then I kind of had the thought, like, man, what if we go get that wide receiver too? That guy who's tearing it up, the Jamar Chase guy. And I was like, I wonder if he's coming out of the draft now. He's too young. He'll be in next year's draft. Well, we're not going to be this bad again next year, huh? Well, you know what? We weren't as bad. So, wasn't entirely wrong. Luckily, quarterbacks kind of blew up. And so, we only needed to get to like 5 to get Jamar Chase. I'm talking about that like the picks already made. We don't know what's going to happen. Pretty much like all the Bengals insiders say it's going to be Chase, but you never know. The Falcons could take Jamar Chase. We could decide to do something else. We could take Penny Sewell. We could trade down. We could do a lot of things. Again, I would love to see Kyle Pitts. Oh. Kids. Gotta keep them quiet. What on earth are they singing? What is this? Like, I mean, again, there's nobody like watching this stream right now, so I just have to describe if anybody watches this later on. There's like some weird kind of singing going on. I think it looks like for like Black Lives Matter, so I guess I get that. Oh, it's not even good singing. Oh, there's parts, but that one note just now was really did not hit. Oh, that's lift every voice and sing? Okay, okay, I understand what they're doing now. All right. Gotta be honest though, this is not the first time I've heard the song because the NFL has obviously played it before, but yeah, I definitely don't recognize it. I mean, I appreciate what they're doing here. Nothing wrong with them singing that song. I just absolutely did not recognize it. Wasn't consistently impressed with the actual people who were singing it. But that's the separate issue entirely. I'm not here to like break down my musical opinions on certain things. I could do a whole podcast about musical opinions, by the way. Like I've been in music projects all my life. I'm actually a vocalist in a band right now, which I'm sure the majority of people who would watch this probably already know that. But yeah, I'm a vocalist in a band right now. I've been in music my whole life. I've been singing my whole life. So, I do have, a few different valid, I feel, opinions about music. But this is a football thing, not a music thing. But I don't know. Maybe the podcasting does take off, uh, or provide some fruit or something like that. Maybe I'll start a music podcast one day. I don't know. Everybody thinks Najee Harris is going to the Steelers, including me, by the way. Now, Peter Schrager apparently got this mock draft saying the Steelers are going to trade up to get Najee Harris. Like, I think I made my feelings on that perfectly clear, by the way. If any of y'all, I feel kind of rotten talking over the national anthem here, but if I don't, it's just a lot of dead time later in the video, and I can't edit this out. So, but anyway, where was I? About the NFL draft video. I don't even remember. I should probably should I shut up during the anthem? I should. I really should. Okay, no, that's ow ow. Okay, I'm not shutting up during the anthem now. Oh my god, what on earth was that? Like, can she hit notes? Oh my god, lady, what on earth? I don't know who this is, but Jesus. Maybe I'm just okay. Now that was kind of cool, like that like jumping around she did, but she actually hit all the notes. So, all right, everybody's cheering for the national anthem, and that's cool. Go America, America, yeah. All right, yeah, go America. Um, yeah, that was. I apologize if anybody wanted me to be quiet during the national anthem there, but like I said, it's my first time doing YouTube live or any kind of live, and I don't really know what to do here. Um, this guy, I mean, I can't just like shut up for like 5 minutes during a live stream, right? Like that would be weird. Especially if anybody watches this later and there's just like 5 minutes of silence. Like, what's that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's just too old school of a thought process, too, by the way, like being quiet during the national anthem when you're not even at the event. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, getting back to what I was saying earlier about the mock draft. If any of y'all watched my mock draft video that I did on my own personal channel, you'll know I had Najee Harris going to the Raiders to the Steelers, and you'll know my opinion on that. Like with the Steelers and their arrogance of thinking that a running back is going to solve their problems, that they clearly have no clue how to be like self-critical. It's just it's an arrogant way to be. But Peter Schrager has them trading up to get Najee Harris, which, man, that would be special. Like, I mean, you already have so many holes on your roster, and you're going to like end up with less picks to go get a running back. when the running back might not even do anything because you have no offensive line. I'm saying this. I feel like my tone is coming off as though I'm upset by this, but obviously I'm not. Charlie Casserly has him taking Najee Harris too. It probably sounds like I'm upset by the Steelers taking Najee Harris, and the fact of the matter is I'm really not, because I hate the Steelers, as I'm sure many of the people who eventually end up watching this also hate the Steelers. Fuck the Steelers. I think they should take a running back because it would be the wrong decision. I mean, eventually, yeah, you're going to need a great running back, but it's just not. The team's not in that position right now. Like, I know that was one of your biggest problems previously. I know that was one of the Steelers' biggest problems previously, was the fact that they just didn't like last year, like when their season collapsed, it was because they stopped being able to run the ball. But it wasn't because James Conner sucks. Like, we've seen James Conner go out there and have good games and stuff. It's not because he's a terrible running back. It's because you have no offensive line. It's because you can't generate a running game. Going and getting Najee Harris isn't going to fix that. Yeah, he might break out a few extra big runs for you, but I mean, y'all weren't a couple extra big runs away from winning the Super Bowl last year. Y'all weren't even a couple extra big runs away from beating the Browns last year. There's so much wrong with the Steelers right now that just the idea that they think they can fix it by picking a running back is I can't even wrap my head around that. And by the time they pick again in the second round, like all that, famous offensive line depth that, is a big reason why I don't think we necessarily need to take Penei Sewell. A lot of that's going to be gone by the time the Steelers pick again. So I think, and because there's so much running back depth this year, I think you got to go with an offensive tackle in the first round. I guess, I don't know. I guess we'll see exactly what happens. But vaccinated fans. I am almost a vaccinated fan. I am half vaccinated. Got my first vaccination like a couple weeks ago. I got my next one on May 5th. Wow. Mitch Trubisky. Mitch Trubisky had less starts than Dwayne Haskins. It's terrible. Fewest NCAA starts. Oh, I see. These are people who have not started many games in college. So I guess Mitch Trubisky just like barely played any games. So like, why did I didn't understand at the time, but why did people like Mitchell Trubisky as a first round prospect? I mean, it's like if he barely played, if he was kind of, from what I understand, he was kind of up and down when he played. So was it just like, I mean, he doesn't look like a prototypical quarterback to me. I mean, he's got like athleticism, but is that it? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It seemed weird to me. But I don't exactly know what they were thinking. But then again, I'm the guy who wanted Blaine Gabbert in 2011. I'm the guy who was pissed, by the way, like absolutely livid that we had the audacity to draft A.J. Green back in 2011 at number 4 overall. And I was like, no, quarterback is our biggest need, which, by the way, Penei Sewell fans, listen to me on this one. I said Penei Sewell I said Blaine Gabbert. I said quarterback is our biggest need back in 2011, just like a lot of y'all are saying. Offensive line is the Bengals' biggest need in 2021, which it is. It is. The offensive line is absolutely the biggest need in 2021. No question. But that doesn't mean you have to address it with the first pick. Go get the best guy with the first pick. And that was the problem that I had in 2011, is I was assuming that because quarterback was our biggest need, we should address it and go get the best quarterback available, which I thought Blaine Gabbert was the best quarterback available, which actually I don't even remember who came after Blaine Gabbert. I'm actually really curious. Who came after Blaine Gabbert in that draft? Other than Andy Dalton, obviously. Um, Quarterback. He obviously had Cam Newton go number 1 overall. Jake Locker went after the Bengals picked, which that was another guy I really liked, but I really liked him the year before, and I was less high on, like in 2010 when I thought he could potentially come out. I was really high on them that year. And then 2011, by then I think I had softened up on him a little bit. But I was also really, big fan of Blaine Gabbert. But Christian Ponder was the next quarterback. Rip. Christian Ponder. Andy Dalton. We got Andy Dalton. So that was honestly that was a great pick because like other than Cam Newton, looks like he was the only one worth taking at this point. Colin Kaepernick, the pick after Andy Dalton, which could have been a great pick if history had played out differently. Ryan Mallett, Christ Almighty, Ricky Stanzi, T.J. Yates. I mean, T.J. Yates was the best one out of most of these. Tyrod Taylor finally in the 6th round. Who was that other guy? Nathan Enderle. And I used to, I wonder if he's, I used to go to school with Enderle. I wonder if he's related to College, Idaho, high school, North Platte, Nebraska. So yeah, probably not related to the Enderle that I know. But Tyrod Taylor, Greg McElroy. Okay, so honestly, Blaine Gabbert was probably one of the better quarterbacks drafted in this class, honestly. There's like Cam Newton, probably number 1. Although maybe Andy Dalton, you could say Andy Dalton's had a little bit better longevity. So Cam Newton 1A, Andy Dalton 1B, or you could reverse them really, whichever one you want to do. And then like the next best quarterback. Well, I guess it's probably Colin Kaepernick, right? Even though he wasn't all that great in his career, didn't last very long. He was better than all the rest of these. So you got like 1A, Cam Newton, 1B, Andy Dalton, number 2, Colin Kaepernick, and number 3 is probably Blaine Gabbert. I mean, I'd say Jake Locker because he was okay there for a minute, but his career was so short. So I mean, I guess Blaine Gabbert's like, the 3rd ranked or 4th best quarterback in this draft. So I mean, it wasn't by that logic. If you're like drafting for need, which is a terrible idea, by the way, which is kind of the moral of this whole story. But if you're drafting for need, Blaine Gabbert wouldn't have been that horrible of a pick. But yeah, the getting back to what I was talking about, AJ Green was the guy that the Bengals took, and I was like, this is stupid. We need a quarterback. We should have taken Blaine Gabbert. That's my guy. And I mean, we all remember what happened. The Bengals went quarterback in the 2nd round because AJ Green was the best player on the board. At least they felt. And I mean, going forward, it kind of looked like, who else was in that class? There was Julio Jones. People kind of debate, was AJ Green or Julio Jones better? Kind of hard to really say. Patrick Peterson was great. But, again, he kind of fell off for various reasons. J.J. Watt. Okay, obviously J.J. Watt. But yeah, point being, it's totally acceptable, I think, to have had AJ Green as the best player on your board when you're picking number 4. And so they're like, we're going to take the best player available. They took AJ Green, and we'll worry about quarterback in the 2nd round because we got some guys who we think we might want. And remember, some of the Bengals front office was thinking Colin Kaepernick. So, and then some of them were thinking Andy Dalton. They both ended up being available, so they probably figured they could at least get one of those guys in the 2nd round. They ended up going with Andy Dalton, and honestly, that was one of the best possible things they could do. So, I mean, getting back to this particular draft, you got Penei Sewell, who definitely suffices the Bengals' biggest need. A lot of people would consider him the best person to fill that need in this draft. But the problem is, if you got people who are going to make a bigger impact on the board at number 5, then you got to take them, and then there's other linemen in this draft. Kind of like with the quarterbacks and blowdown page. Oh shit, it's Thomas. What's up, Thomas? Hey, we got somebody in the chat. Thomas is at the draft, and Thomas is the only person in the chat. So that's all. That's fun. But how's the draft going, Thomas? How is the draft going? It looks like it's a lot of fun. I saw all the Browns fans going nuts when they had the hype person out. Alcohol is important. Well, I agree. I assume you've been having a lot more alcohol than me though, because it looks like it's a party down there. Lots of people. Yes, it certainly looks like lots of people. So we finally have our first guest on the live, whether it be YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or whatever. We finally got our first guest, and it is the co-host of the show. So that's breaking new ground here. Hey, look, it's Urban Meyer. Let's talk to Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer, one of those guys that neither me or Thomas believe in, really. I mean, great college coach, obviously. But, I mean, he's just been out of the game so long. I'm starting to wonder if maybe just how long he's been away is going to hurt him in the brain turned off. I'm starting to wonder if him just being away from the game so long is going to hurt him, and never having coached at the NFL level is going to hurt him in Jacksonville, especially in a team like Jacksonville that needs so much damn help. And yeah, you got Trevor Lawrence coming in. Trevor Lawrence is going to be great. But is he going to be that great? Like, I mean, is he going to be so great, so unbelievable that, like, you have time for Urban Meyer to catch up as a head coach, and you have time for the entire rest of the roster to kind of like build themselves around Trevor Lawrence? Like, I mean, yes, I'm sure he's going to be fine, but Jacksonville needs a lot of help, man. Jacksonville needs a lot of help. I don't trust his hair. Who you don't trust? You don't trust Trevor Lawrence's hair or Urban Meyer's hair? Because Urban Meyer just has like old guy hair. Like, I mean, there's nothing spectacular. But Trevor Lawrence, I mean, what do you think he's going to get yanked? Like, yeah, Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. So remember the Bengals were playing the Steelers one time, and Reggie Nelson had his dreads all the way back down. I think it was the playoff game against the Steelers, actually. And Reggie Nelson had his dreads hanging out, and people Steelers started ripping at it. And that obviously didn't work out too well for Reggie Nelson. So, I mean, yeah, maybe that could be a big weakness for Trevor Lawrence. Too much hair. Also, he looks like a horse. You ever notice that? Trevor Lawrence looks like a horse. He looks like a human being did like a Dragon Ball Z fusion dance with a horse. It's just I don't know. My opinion, by the way, on Trevor Lawrence is much higher than I wouldn't say much higher than Thomas. I don't know if Trevor Lawrence doesn't, or I don't know if Thomas thinks that Trevor Lawrence is going to be a bust, but Thomas has like some skepticisms about whether or not Trevor Lawrence is going to be great. I don't really have those skepticisms. My only skepticism is that I don't know if he's going to be enough for Jacksonville, the way that they're currently building the team. But I guess we'll see. We got 5 minutes until I think the Jaguars officially go on the clock. And, okay, what if Rodgers goes to the Steelers? Dude, I just talked about that. I talked about that like before you came on. No. Please, God, no. You know what? Like, first of all, the Steelers don't really make big trades like that typically, so I'm really hoping that kind of stays true. Second of all, New England. Like, I mean, New England's like the perfect situation. Denver, New England, Denver. I think those are both of them would be much more likely to try to trade for Aaron Rodgers, especially right now, considering they seem to be short-term committed to Big Ben, which, but. So how long do you think it's going to take for Jacksonville to make the pick once they go on the clock? Like, are they just going to like turn it in immediately, or is it going to take? Are they going to like run like 3 minutes off the clock or something like that? That'd be an interesting prop bet. Like, how long Like over under a certain amount of time for Jacksonville to actually turn in the pick, even though we all know exactly what it's going to be. Projected trade with Carolina. Oh, so okay. So Peter Schrager has the New England Patriots trading up with Carolina to go get Trey Lance. Kind of cool. Oh, no, Justin Fields. My bad. Hey, Thomas, if you're still watching, which I'm not sure if you are, but if you're still watching, what do you think about the music? Um, is it worth the big deal they seem to be making out of it? Because honestly, I kind of just wish they'd go ahead and get to the picks, personally. Not that I don't like music. I just, came here for picks. Who is this? Not quite as into like Adele. Oh, it's somebody covering Adele, I guess. No, that's not Adele. This is something else. Obviously showing how much I know about the song. Kings of Leon. Okay, that sounds about right. So this is Kings of Leon, huh? I'd never they look like, I mean, I guess they're older now, but I mean they just look like dad rock. Which I mean I guess is kind of what they are, but I don't know. I always pictured them to be a little more I don't know what you call it, like putting on a little bit more of an appearance than just like, oh hey, we're a bunch of dudes. Like that's I mean they can do whatever they want, it's their band. I just not how I pictured them. All this fantastic draft analysis, by the way, as I'm talking about the Kings of Leon. So should we get into some draft analysis? Okay, so Jalen Phillips, that's a guy I've been talking about who I really think is severely undervalued in this draft, right? So where would I take him if I wasn't, obviously the Bengals, and I wouldn't take him at number 5 overall, especially considering our needs. But I mean, shit, dude, I'd almost be willing to take him in the top 10 for real, like just purely based on his talent. Like, I mean, maybe not the top 5, just because you got to take guys who might not flame out, who you're pretty sure are maybe not going to flame out at that point. But I don't know. Like, I'm not 100% sure Jalen Phillips isn't going to flame out, because obviously there's all the concerns about, like, I mean, people talk about his concern about his dedication to football. People who aren't dedicated to football don't get forced to retire due to medical problems and then come back. Like, that doesn't happen. He's clearly dedicated to football. He transferred schools to Miami, I think, because they have a good music program, right? But that was because he thought he wasn't going to get to play football anymore. That wasn't because he was like, oh, I'm going to go into a music career now. That's because he, was like, he got forced out of football. What? Why are they showing the Kansas City Chiefs walking into the Super Bowl? Is this just like a rehashing of what happened the last time we saw football? Kansas City Chiefs, AFC champions, and spoiler alert, Super Bowl losers. I say that as though and there's the Buccaneers, the team that are people gonna like 20 years from now, are people gonna think of this as a Tampa Bay Buccaneers Super Bowl victory, or are they gonna think of it as like a Tom Brady dynasty win? Like, do the Buccaneers even really get credit for the Super Bowl? in the long run. Like what do Buccaneers fans think about this Super Bowl victory? Like, I mean, obviously, if Tom Brady came to the Bengals, I'd be like, oh, the Bengals won the Super Bowl. But would it be the same as if, like, you organically, like if Jameis Winston won you a Super Bowl? Would it be the same? Now, obviously, we all know what happened with Jameis Winston. But it'd be like if Jameis Winston had panned out to what everybody thought he could have been, and then he led you guys to a Super Bowl. Is it like with the 2002 Super Bowl? Does this feel the same as the 2002 Super Bowl? That's my question. Because obviously it's fun watching your team win the Super Bowl, but that does it feel 100% like your team? Because I mean, honestly, it just kind of feels like Patriots South because you got Brady and Gronk there. Okay, it's 8:00. Like, draft starts at 8:00, right? But why are we showing Eric Church performing at the beginning of the Super Bowl? They're not going to run through the whole Super Bowl, are they? I'm going to be okay. We don't need to hear Eric Church badly singing the national anthem. Like, I mean, yeah, he's singing very well. By the way, this isn't like earlier. This is like, why do we need to have like a pop country version? Okay, either way, point being, why are we doing this instead of the draft? Like, why with the Super Bowl? Can we get to the draft, please? Can we talk about the draft? Somebody like I don't know, some like expert analysis about the picks or something like that. Like, why are we watching the national anthem of the Super Bowl? I mean, if we hadn't already actually had the national anthem itself on the NFL, like leading up to the draft, then I'd understand. But like, why are we doing this again? I don't understand. I'm really confused. This is really confusing. I can see now how having a live stream like I'm watching other YouTubers do like live streams where like there's a constant stream of people coming in and out and having a chance to interact with the people on live stream. I can see how that makes a lot more sense than what I'm doing right here because you don't really have anybody watching. Like I said, people might watch later. I'm not sure. But I can see how right now this doesn't really quite have the same effect. But I'm gonna do it anyway because I want to get my reactions to these picks on camera. So this is one way of doing it. But yeah, might think about that in the future. Going on like Facebook or Instagram Live or something like that instead of YouTube Live. Just seemed to make sense. But and again, not that I'm complaining. I enjoy doing it and everything like that. Just I'm starting to understand why maybe doing it this way right now while the channel isn't really built yet maybe kind of makes sense. So, did the stream pause? Just like completely lose connection here? That's not annoying at all.
I'm just stating who's going to be available next year. I'm not taking a stab at anybody. It's just
okay. I'm confused. 2021 NFL Draft Round 1. Okay, now we're back to I don't understand. Now we're back to the NFL Draft. Did I just like see a bad version of like did I just see like NFL Network go to a different thing that wasn't this thing? I think I made a mistake. I think that was my mistake. So I was just watching the wrong thing, which oops. Okay, so let's see. We got is that Daniel Jeremiah? I think it's Daniel Jeremiah talking about his. Let's see. We got Mac Jones, the number 32 prospect. Yet he's gonna get picked number 3 overall. Like, can we just talk about that for a second? Why on earth? Like, okay, if the 49ers really draft Mac Jones number 3 overall, that might be a reaction worthy thing of seeing, like, here. Like, that might be something worth making its own video over. Even though I'm not a 49ers fan, it wouldn't be quite as relevant. But still, like, I mean, if the 49ers really draft Mac Jones, like they trade it all the way up to number 3 overall to draft Mac Jones, like you can love the guy, you can be enamored by the guy, all you want, but he's not. You didn't need to trade up to number 3 to get him. I don't understand. He gave up a king's ransom to go get Mac Jones. I don't know. We'll have to see exactly. Hey, look, we got a bunch of Bengals fans on the stream. Yeah, I would like to be there, but unfortunately, I have to work, so I can't go all the way up to Cleveland. Just kind of like on a whim like that. Would be nice though, but getting our Bengal fandom on there, a bunch of Colts fans on the screen now. But yeah, anyway, if the 49ers take Mac Jones after trading all of that capital up to number 3 just to get Mac Jones, like, I mean, again, you might love the guy, but are you really telling me you thought you had to trade that far up to go get Mac Jones? Mac Jones. Come on. I mean, maybe at the time they were thinking that people are going to start seeing what they see, and then like someone's going to like jump up ahead of them to go get Mac Jones, and then like all of their plans forever will be ruined because they didn't get Mac Jones in the draft. As I talk through it, it sounds stupid. Like it seems stupid in my head, and then I talk through it. I find like reasons why. Oh, it could make sense. Oh, it could be this. It could be that. It could be whatever. But no matter what direction I go with this, it just sounds stupid. Again, 49ers aren't my team, so maybe I shouldn't get all that worked up about it. It just look, I had them taking Justin Fields in my mock. There was that report from what was it, Ian Rappaport, I think, or maybe Adam Schefter, one of those two. There was that report saying that it's definitely going to be either Trey Lance or Mac Jones. So it's just why? Why? I mean, if they take Trey Lance, then I guess I will have been wrong, but I would understand that one. But my God, if they take Mac Jones. If I was a 49ers fan, I would be livid. Because, I mean, again, if that's who you wanted to go get, then fair enough. If you think that, Mac Jones is going to be the quarterback of the future, if you think, Mac Jones is, a lot better than a lot of people give him credit for, that is your evaluation, and you are perfectly free. It's a free country. You can feel however you feel about the guy. I don't think he's going to be very good. But if you think he's going to be great, fine. But nobody else thinks that. I mean, I think you could wait until the second round to go get Mac Jones. But if you want to maybe like jump up to like the tail end of the first round or something like that, just to make sure you get the guy, whatever. Maybe trade up to like, what were they at? Like the 49ers. 49ers were at 14, weren't they? You could have just stayed at 14. You didn't even personally, I wouldn't take him that high. Would I ever take Mac Jones if my team needed a quarterback? Yeah, sure. But it'd be one of those if he falls to like my pick in the second round, and I'm drafting like pick number like 9 or 10 in the second round or something like that, I would never trade up to number 3 overall to go get that guy. Like, if you're going to trade up to number 3 overall, you better be going and getting an impact player, because you got to give up so much to do it. Again, I'm sitting here talking trash, and maybe they don't end up doing that. Maybe that was just, the world's weirdest smokescreen.
second, and it was wonderful. And I was thinking to myself, maybe it's time to put the Jaguars on the clock finally. We've only been waiting weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months for the inevitable, which is that it's going to be Trevor Lawrence.
So I think Rich Eisen is complaining right now about how can we finally put the Jaguars on the clock, even though we know who it's going to be. Well, I think the Jaguars have been on the clock this whole time, haven't they? And Roger Goodell is coming out to start the draft, it looks like. Can you just go ahead and announce the pick while you're up there? Hello, Roger. Yeah, boo! Roger Goodell, you're such a trash commissioner. I mean, yeah, I'm really, honestly, not the biggest fan of him anyway, but. Boo! Boo! I say, sitting here in my room. Working for FedEx.
Let me introduce them, even though they don't need to be introduced to Brownie fans. First,
Brownie fan.
Jarvis Landry.
Jarvis Landry? Who's that? Boo.
Bernie Kosar.
Boo, Bernie Kosar. Boo. That's Joe Thomas, right?
Big Joe Thomas.
Yep, Joe Thomas. Boo, Joe Thomas. Boo. Thomas, if you're watching this right now, fuck you. But fuck your team, too.
But over the past season, one thing that we missed the most was all our fans, all of you.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. You know, probably missed that money, too, didn't you, Roger? You know, I got to say, I don't know what to say. I just don't like Roger Goodell. I think he's fake asshole with double standards depending on the fame of the player, the fame of the team. Not the point.
We're going to have an NFL fan from out here that's vaccinated come up to this stage for each draft pick tonight.
Ooh, vaccinated fans get to announce draft picks, huh? So do I get to drive to Cleveland and announce the Bengals? No, probably not. I didn't even get to go to the fucking jersey reveal, which, I mean, fair enough. I've been kind of like, you know, mostly off the scene since 2016. I only recently got started back up with this podcast. So, I mean, I probably could have been part of that jersey reveal if I had like kept going, but I didn't. So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm like upset about it or anything. The people who got, like, I mean, the Bangalorean, Commissioner Yaz, John Sheeran, I think there were a couple other people. You know, they all deserve it. I'm not saying like whoa shit. I'm not saying I'm salty about it or that I deserved it over any of them. I obviously didn't. Like I said, I've been off the scene for a while. I'm just saying that would have been kind of cool. It would have been cool for anybody, I think. Jaguar fan in the commissioner's chair. So who are the Jaguars picking, huh?
Okay, Cleveland, time to get this rolling.
All right, Cleveland. Let's get this rolling.
The 2021 NFL draft is now officially open.
All right, the draft's open. Was that it? Were we not already announcing the pick?
The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
Jaguars now on the clock.
Hoping we could hear in person. Look at this draft hall filled with vaccinated people. We're off and running here in Cleveland.
All right. So the Jaguars are now on the clock, as they have been since the end of the season, back in January. I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to hear the official name. Jags are on the clock. Who is the last QB they selected in the first round? Blaine Gabbert, Brian Leftwich, Blake Bortles, Gardner Minshew. Well, obviously Blake Bortles. I don't even remember when they selected Minshew. Wasn't he like the 6th round or something like that? I'm actually kind of curious. Byron Leftwich, when did they even take him? That was a while ago, right? That was like 2005 or some shit. Byron Leftwich was drafted in 2003, not 2005. Okay, I was close. And then who was the other one? Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew was drafted in the 6th round. That was right. Ha! Wrecked. There's Jamar Chase, future Bengal. I assume, but I think, we all know. But yeah, by the way, can I just rant a little bit against like these so-called national analysts? Literally anybody who like more recently than like a month ago has been mocking Penei Sewell to the Bengals with Jamar Chase available. Like, God, I'm going to look like an idiot if they take Penei Sewell. But like everything we have been hearing from the Bengals camp, from Bengals insiders, from everybody who has any sort of idea of how the Bengals operate, been saying it's going to be Chase, it's going to be Chase, it's going to be Chase. And yet there's these national people who claim to like be experts and know things that are going on who are like, oh, well, I think they're going to take Penei Sewell because he makes more sense. And it's like, okay, so maybe he makes more sense to you. That's not what they're doing. And again, just because something's your biggest need doesn't mean you have to take. Literally, like they're only bothering to do a live look into Trevor Lawrence. They're not doing a live look into anybody else because we know who it's going to be. So quit taking forever. It's been 3 minutes. 3 minutes that they've been on the clock, and they ain't doing anything. Thank you, Rich Eyes. 10 glorious minutes. I swear to God, if they take all 10 minutes to pick, I am going to drive down to Cleveland myself, and I am going to poop all over David Caldwell. Wait, no, he's not the – who's the general manager in Jacksonville now? Who is that? Trent Bach. Okay, so it's Trent Bach. I don't know how to pronounce that. Bach. Trent Bach. Interesting. Okay, so I will go down there and I will poop all over Trent Bach. I love how like they're already breaking down the Trevor Lawrence pick and it hasn't even been made yet. First round pick since 2016, Leonard Fournette. Jalen Ramsey. Again, both of those were good picks. They just didn't pan out in the long run because of issues with the team. Oh, that's right. Marvin Jones joined the Jaguars. Did Mohamed Sanu did too, right? I think he did. Mohamed Sanu, 49ers. I swear I remember he joined the Jaguars. Okay, but either way, Marvin Jones is with the Jaguars now. So that's pretty cool. I've always kind of had a bit of a soft spot for the Jaguars. I don't know why. When they started, they were rivals with my team. So I guess technically I shouldn't, but I don't know. I guess I just like their colors or something. Also, like they're younger than me, but barely. So it's just kind of like I feel like I kind of grew up with them. Why are the Jags still on the clock? Why is the pick not in? Are they just like toying with us? Do they think it's funny? Are they doing it so that the NFL like the Steelers extended Mason Rudolph? Why? 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 God, they are such trash anymore, man. Like, and I love it, by the way. I love how much trash they are anymore. But it's just remarkable. It's just remarkable. Forgive me. 12-36 since losing the 2017 AFC Championship. Man, I thought they were finally going to be something interesting. But they just, I mean, you want to talk about like anybody can be anything if you put your mind to it. That's the Jaguars. What a shame what happened with Tom Coughlin, by the way. Like, that could have been like a triumph, like a return story for the ages. And he just had to go full on like dictatorship with it. I mean, he got him to an AFC championship. So, I mean, you know, say what you want about Tom Coughlin and his methods, but something clicked. You know, he had him in the AFC championship when he was the coach there back in the 90s. And then he took the Giants to 2 Super Bowls. So, again, say what you want about Tom Coughlin and his methods, but they work. They get shit done. And I wouldn't want to play for him. But, again, he gets shit done. Taven Bryan. I don't even remember him. Was that really a first-round pick the Jaguars made? Taven Bryan in 2018? I don't even remember him. Like I cover the draft every year, right? I don't remember like looking into him. Yeah, it looks like he was the 29th pick in the first round. Like right after I guess that would have been the year they lost the AFC Championship and they took Taven Bryan. I don't even remember like researching him. Like, I'm gonna have to look that up later. I am fascinated by that. All right, this is probably not the most professional thing in the world, by the way, right? Just like talking to somebody while I'm in the middle of a live stream, but like again, nobody's watching this right now, so fuck it, I guess. Oh, the pick is in for the Jaguars. Finally. Are they? It's just. God, how salty would the world be if this was anything other than Trevor Lawrence? Like, we've all been sitting here talking all this shit. We all think we know who the pick's going to be, and then they like pick somebody else. That would just be that would be special. That would be something else.
What an exciting time for Trevor Lawrence. All that pressure he's been on his whole life, he's delivered. Big moment for him coming up.
Oh wow. I'm watching myself on the stream. That is weird, man. That is weird, man. All right. So we might actually have somebody coming to watch. Oh. Jaguar select. Trevor Lawrence! Oh, they did it! They really selected Trevor Lawrence like we all said they would. Finally. Fucking shit. Why did that take so damn long? They took like 7 minutes to make that damn pick. Prototype, size, and athleticism, drive and layer the ball, elite intangibles. Yeah, he's Peyton fucking Manning. Like, and that's just he's just the recreation of Peyton Manning. That's That's what he is. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah. Okay. No wonder people are. Wow. That was a hell of a throw. That was accurate as fuck. We will see. Two people. Are there two people in here now? Two people watching, or is that me and unless Jan, are you in here watching now? Because it says there's two people. One of them is me, unless the other one is Thomas. If it's not counting me, there's three people. So that one, we got three people in here now. Now we got two people. So who are the two people? One of them must be me, right? Like I'm one of the two people, and the other one's probably Thomas. And then that third one, that might have been. Now there's one. I'm so confused. I am so confused.
Let's play the comparison game when we talk about these guys. And your guy, Coach Andrew Luck, is one of the guys he's compared to, and rightly so. One of the comparisons I use with him is another guy who wore 16 that don't understand necessarily in stature, but it is how they go about their business and how cold-blooded they are on the field. As the company does the Joel back brought up, and I talked with someone from his camp, they did make me go out.
Yeah, one thing I would like to figure out how to do is have people come on this and like have people come on be part of the stream rather than just you guys watching me. Be more fun to kind of have a interaction type thing. But right now, the only thing I know how to do is just like stream it myself. I don't exactly know how that works. The Jets are on the clock, and I guess they've been on the clock for 5 minutes. They're going to take forever too. Like, I mean, have you not had like a year and a half to figure out who you're going to take because you know the Jaguars are going to take Trevor Lawrence this whole time? Wait. Okay, so you're saying the Jets are going to take an offensive lineman later in the draft? Okay, so like we're all in like agreement here. The Jets are going Zach Wilson here, right? Which again, that's not the guy who I would take. Like I don't really particularly like Zach Wilson. I think he's got a bit of a shit attitude, but you know, I mean, who am I to tell the Jets who to draft? Hi, Jan. Man, I've been sitting here saying like I didn't think anybody was watching. Apparently, somebody's been watching this whole time. That's cool. We got one person watching, but I'll take that. So, how about? So I do agree with you, Jan. Like, I don't understand why the Jags in particular, and I don't understand why the Jets either are taking like 10 minutes to make this pick. Because they've had how long to think about it? Like they knew. Like there must be some sort of rule in the NFL that, like, you know, you have to wait a while to make your pick so that you can give people time to talk about it. I'm guessing that's probably it. I'm guessing it's probably got something to do. You know what? Let me see if I can. Apparently, Jan is having trouble figuring out how to comment. So let's see. I can figure that out. Wow, that is so weird. Because I'm hearing myself echo on the screen over here. That is just so freaking. That is trippy. Like I don't even know how to react to that. So yeah, it should just be. Here, Jan, if you're still watching, I'm gonna send you a screenshot. You should just be able to. Should just be able to type into that like with any other live stream.
which means that drama we will certainly turn our attention to. But the New York Jets had a very difficult year, just 2 wins. The last time.
Wow, did my computer freeze? Jesus, there we go. My computer freeze. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take that off because that is hearing myself echo is slightly obnoxious. I would be talking, but I am in the middle of trying to. Kind of hard to talk and do things at the same time. I'm not the world's best multitasker. Of course it's Zach Wilson, Rich Eisen, you stupid. Like, stop being stupid. Stupid head. Of course it's going to be Zach Wilson. We've known it's going to be Zach Wilson forever. With the pick, the Jets select Zach Wilson. I mean, come on, man.
As you can see, Zach Wilson is here. And on top of his already elite quarterback there.
So we got Zach Wilson, we got Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, which we have all known is going to be since probably like months at least. Like I don't remember when we heard that they were going to take Zach Wilson, but again, I'm not the biggest fan of him because I think he's got a bit of an attitude problem. But we'll see how he works in New York. Maybe that's something. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad in New York. You never really know. He sure looks excited though, which I would be too.
Look, this is a player that brings a lot of energy, some confidence, borderline cockiness, which is what the
Borderline cockiness. Well, from what I've heard, it's all cockiness. So, that's just my criticism against him. Like, how often do people with attitude problems really work out in the NFL? Especially at quarterback. It's just like the last one I can remember really working out like that was Dan Marino. Aaron Rodgers got a bit of an attitude problem sometimes. So, it's not to say that it never happens, but I don't know. It's just like every time I hear about a guy like that being hyped up in the NFL, and then I'm like, oh, I don't know if he's going to be any good, and then they almost always end up being busts. So, man, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, the Jets are another one of those teams that got a lot of work to do, so we'll see exactly what's going to happen with them. I don't personally, out of all the quarterbacks, I feel like Zach Wilson's got the most boom-bust potential, and I definitely think he could end up being a bust because of that. I definitely think he's probably a lot more talented than somebody like Justin Fields. I think he's more talented than Justin Fields. I think he's by far and away more talented than his NFL comparison is Joe Burrow. Interesting. I think he's by far and away more talented than Mac Jones. I don't think he's nearly as talented as Trevor Lawrence. I'd say I'd probably put him up probably about on the same level as Trey Lance. Because with Trey Lance, it's like maybe you don't know exactly what you're getting because he needs to develop a little bit more because of playing at the small school. But, you're getting a very talented player who's going to, do everything the right way for you. with Zach Wilson, it's like you don't really know what you're getting from like the attitude perspective, but he's been battle tested, and he's at the very least playing at a Division I school. Although at the same time, it's also BYU, so take that with a grain of salt. So anyway, number 3, they haven't put the 49ers on the clock yet, but the 49ers are on the clock now. This is where we're going to find out if oh, hey, look, it's Jan. Got it, homie. Couldn't do it through the YouTube app, but I'm on the browser now. Yeah, well, that's fair. I've never actually tried to do that on the YouTube app before, so that is a thing. I don't personally know a whole lot about this whole thing. This is, Jan, you said you've been watching for like 40 minutes, so you may have missed the very beginning of this. I don't really know how YouTube Live works. I'm kind of like, I'm trying to feel my way through it. I don't know exactly what I'm doing yet, but I'm just kind of trying to figure out exactly how everything works. I guess YouTube Live comments don't work on the YouTube app. So you're on the browser. So I guess, are you on your phone's browser then? Because I just do everything through a desktop. I actually don't even know if I've ever watched a YouTube Live through my mobile phone before. I don't like phones. I really don't. Like, I'll use phones when I'm like out, but I mean, if I'm at home, if I'm going to be spending 40 minutes watching the NFL draft, then I'm going to be at home. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, to you too. Yeah. They got the 49ers on the draft, 240. So, what do you think? Is it gonna be Mac Jones? Ian Rappaport, I think, was one of the ones who was saying he's as Lance or Fields. Well, again, I had Fields as the guy I picked, Justin Fields as the guy I picked in my mock draft, but I want to say it was Adam Schefter who came out with a report saying that it's either going to be Trey Lance or Mac Jones, not Justin Fields, which would be ridiculous. But I can tell you personally that if I was in charge of the 49ers, I'd be picking up Justin Fields, because I think Justin Fields plus Kyle Shanahan would be deadly. I think that would be something worth checking out. We'll have to see exactly what they're going to do, but I swear to God, if they take Mac Jones, if they trade it all the way up to number 3 to take Mac Jones, I am going to fart on them. Like, I just that hasn't even happened yet, and it still pisses me off. Hey, the pick's in. Yeah, they better not. They I swear to God, if they do. Oh man, we'll find out though. But the pick is in, so we're about to find out. They seem excited, so they think they made the right pick. Mac Jones shouldn't even go in the top 15. I agree. I don't think he should go in the first round. I've said it before. If I was a team that needed a quarterback, he would be like I talked about how the Bengals didn't take, they figured they could take AJ Green in 2011 because they'd either get like Andy Dalton or Colin Kaepernick in the second round. So that's the kind of way I would have it with Mac Jones. It's like, hey man, if I'm going to like wait until if I'm going to go with like not a top tier option at quarterback anyway, I'm just going to wait till the second round and see who's there. And I mean, maybe you get Mac Jones, maybe you get who is that other guy? It was who was the next guy? There's Kyle Trask. Maybe you could get to Kyle Trask in the second round. That would be like a good option, I think. Not Davis Mills. Kellen Mond. That's who it was. So I mean, I don't know. I put Mac Jones on the same level as like Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond. Tim Tebow tight end. Yeah. I heard about that. Apparently, the Jaguars are planning on. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God they took Trey Lance. Oh, they didn't take Mac Jones. Oh, my God. I've never been so stressed out about a pick for a team that I don't like. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God they didn't take Mac Jones. All right. Well, you know what? I still I'm not sure how I feel about Trey Lance, to be honest with you. Um, I'm still not sure how I feel about Trey Lance. I think he's fine. I just don't know exactly what. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're getting out of him. Um, yeah, yeah. Lance. I think Lance has maybe the highest ceiling out of anybody in this draft. To be honest with you, except I mean Trevor Lawrence is on a different planet. But I sort of think I agree. I think Trey Lance has a really high ceiling. Um, but I don't know. I feel like Justin Fields, you're getting kind of the best of both worlds there. You're getting like, especially in San Francisco, where you kind of feel like you're a team that, like, with the right quarterback, you could really kind of get things going. I don't know if Trey Lance is ready this year. Justin Fields might be ready to take over a team like the San Francisco 49ers and start winning now. Trey Lance, I don't know if he is just yet. Um, Comparison to Steve McNair, huh? It's not a bad guy to be compared to. But again, I just don't know if he's ready to make that leap in year one. Right, yeah. Yeah. Fields, I think, is more NFL ready right this second. And for a team like the 49ers, who's feel like they're probably good enough to be ready to go on a big run, you want to go find a plug and play guy who, I mean, honestly, the only truly plug and play quarterback in this year's draft is Trevor Lawrence. But if you don't have him there and you got Justin Fields on the board, I don't know. Like, I don't love Justin Fields either. That's the thing. Like, Justin Fields is he's really good, but he also makes a lot of questionable decisions. I think that's the biggest difference. That's why a lot of people see as the big difference between Trey Lance and Justin Fields is Trey Lance is a much better decision maker. He also hasn't been tested nearly as much though. So, and then again, Justin Fields playing against Big Ten competition. How much? There ain't really a whole lot going on there, but I mean, more so than anybody who North Dakota State played. Then again, I guess Carson Wentz turned out okay, didn't he? I mean, last year was terrible, but other than that, yeah, they still have Jimmy Garoppolo. But there's also talk about them trading away Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, they might keep him around, and now that Trey Lance is their pick, I think I agree they might keep Jimmy Garoppolo around to groom Trey Lance. But again, they've also been talking about trading him. So, I mean, if they do trade him and they're expecting Trey Lance to start year one, that's going to be an interesting experiment. The Falcons are up now. Should they take their pick or try to trade back? I think they should take their pick because they're going to take Kyle Pitts, and I want you to go ahead and get that out of the way so I don't sit here and be like, oh, Bengals, why aren't you taking Kyle Pitts? Also, like, I don't want them to, like, trade with the Lions and then we don't get Jamar Chase. You know what would be interesting, though? What if the Falcons traded with the Lions? Lions got Jamar Chase, and then the Bengals just decided, okay, you know what? We need a pass catcher. Let's just go get Kyle Pitts. And then they get Kyle Pitts anyway. That would be so cool. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens there. What are the Falcons going to do here, though? I had them taking Kyle Pitts in my mock, which would, again, remove the temptation for me to be like, oh, the Bengals should take Kyle Pitts, which is useful because I know they won't take Kyle Pitts. This dude's got a sign that says free Josh Gordon in the back. Like, I mean, how long has it been since that guy's been, like, doing anything? Like, come on. come on, man. Like, let's be smart here for a second. I mean, like Josh Gordon was great, right? I mean, maybe he shouldn't have been suspended for like smoking weed, but I think that dude's got a few more problems than just smoking weed. Do I think they go O-line? They could. I have heard Penei Sewell being a consideration for them at the number 4 pick, but from what I understand, from what I've heard from like any buzz out of Atlanta, what I understand is they're primarily thinking about either going like with a pass catcher. Their biggest need is defense, honestly. They're not going to take defense this high. Pick is in, so they're not trading. So, like I said, it's going to be either Kyle Pitts, it could be Jamar Chase, it could be a quarterback. I've heard that they might go quarterback, and it could be Penei Sewell because they do need offensive line. But I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but I think it's going to be Kyle Pitts, which would just stick in Jerry Jones' craw, wouldn't it? That'd be like icing on the cake for the Falcons, I think. Not that they have a whole lot to do with the Cowboys, but, you know. Who did you take, Falcons? And then after that, you know who's going to be on the board? That one team that can't win any games lately, yeah. I think it will be Pitts too, but they can really pick anyone. They really can. There is not a single thing. I mean, take a running back would shock me if they took a running back. That would be ridiculous because there's no Saquon Barkley in this draft. Other than again, honestly, like if I valued running back to a certain extent, I might take Travis Etienne. I think he's that good. I don't know if you were watching earlier when I was talking about this, Jan, but I was taking part in a mock draft, and they had me picking for the Jaguars, and I picked Max Duffy, the punter out of Kentucky. So maybe that's who the Falcons go with here. With the 4th pick, the Falcons take Kyle Pitts. I called it. Yeah, all right. I am stoked about that pick because now the Bengals have the opportunity to pick the guy they want to pick, and the guy who I wanted is now gone, so I don't have to feel salty that they didn't take my guy. There you go. Now you won't have to have nightmares about what it could have been. Yeah. I'm telling you, Kyle Pitts, especially out there in Atlanta, I think he could really help revive Matt Ryan's career. I'm also glad he's in the NFC, by the way, because that guy is special. But I think he could really help revive Matt Ryan's career, and I think it's still like, I mean, they were talking about trading Julio Jones. I still think that might be a possibility because I think Kyle Pitts can be a number 1 X receiver if you want to play him that way. I mean, he's a tight end. Yeah, he's a monster physically, and I think that's why he's put at like the letters next to his name are tight end, because he is that is probably the position that he fits best in as far as a mold. But as far as like what he can do on the football field, he can play literally anywhere. He can be your AJ Green, he can be your Marvin Jones, he can be your Tyler Boyd, he can be your Tyler Eifert, but he's a big ass wide receiver. From what I understand, he doesn't block, but I also, from what I understand, he blocks more than like you remember them talking about Jimmy Graham and how like he's this great, amazing like tight end, but he like never blocks, and that's like the big like he's so good as a like receiver, but he doesn't block, and that was a big criticism against him. I feel like from what I understand, Kyle Pitts is a better blocker than that. But anyway, the Bengals are now on the clock. And who is going to be the pick? It's going to be Jamar Chase. I'm telling you that right now. Now, a lot of people are saying they should take Penei Sewell, and a lot of people have predicted they're going to take Penei Sewell, although that's pretty much only people who don't actually know what's going on. mostly like national analysts who are, probably don't know anything that's going on, like in the Bengals front office. But I mean, like you hear any Bengals insiders, hell, you hear me. Like, I mean, I'm not. I don't know if I necessarily count as a Bengals insider. I mean, I've been on and off, like a Bengals reporter. I know some people, but I don't know that damn much. But even I'm telling you, it's definitely going to be Jamar Chase with everything that we're hearing. And now that he's available, now that the Bengals are on the clock and he's available, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be Jamar Chase. And you're going to have the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase reunion or connection reunited. And man, that could be special. Now, I mean, we got to fix this offensive line. Like I don't think anybody who's saying we got to take Jamar Chase is saying we shouldn't address the offensive line. That is a huge priority. That needs to happen. Cincinnati Bengals select Tim Tebow tight. Fucking shit. No. He's not even. I don't even think like Tim Tebow would make a great tight end, man. I mean, like people talk about that because he's like a big guy and he's athletic and he's good with the ball in his hands. But honestly, I think Tim Tebow is like he's built more like a fullback or like maybe like a power running back. But I don't know. Like as a tight end, we'll see. And I mean, not to mention the dude's like got to be like 30 something. How old is Tim Tebow? 33. Wow. That is insane. He hasn't played in so long. Yeah, and then he got recently cut from like the Mets like B team or something. I don't know anything about baseball. But I mean, you know what? I mean, you say he should give it up, but if the Jaguars are going to give him a shot, I wouldn't. I'd go make some more money. I mean, you got to think like how much time does he have to make money playing a sport? Take all the opportunities you can get to do it. I mean, it's weird. He just put out a tweet of you remember back when the Broncos hazed him and they gave him like a monk cut. Well, he just sent a picture of that tweet out and he said, in honor of draft night, I'm thinking about bringing this haircut back. So I think you should do that. I absolutely think you should do that, Tim Tebow. Please do that. You've compromised enough. When the nation needed somebody to take a stand against Tim Tebow trying to get back into the limelight, Aaron Rodgers courageously stepped up to the plate. We are not worthy. It's funny. Chris Williamson tweeting that one out. That one is funny. I like that. I'm going to retweet that. That is funny. Oh, shit, pick is in. And it is Jamar Chase. Yes, it is. What do you think? What do you think, Jan? Is it possibly anybody other than Jamar Chase? Who should the Bengals pick at number 5? Overwhelmingly, people are saying Penei Sewell. People are going to lose their shit when Jamar Chase gets picked. I mean, I'm telling you, like, the national media is going to be hammering them. Bengals fans, like Bengals Twitter in particular, is going to go insane. But it's going to be Jamar Chase. It's going to be Jamar Chase, and the shitstorm's going to happen, but they're just going to have to deal with it. Man, that old school Pizza Hut, like, interior design is that shit just hits different. Like, I mean, here's the thing. Pizza Hut pizza is so gross, right? But almost everything else Pizza Hut does is excellent. Like, I mean, they're like, their bread, that cinnamon bread in particular, they have really good wings. They probably got like the best wings of any like pizza franchise chain type thing, like national pizza franchise chain. Man, their breadsticks are like S tier. Pizza Hut breadsticks are just the best breadsticks, bar none. But that pizza is just trash. I don't know if it's the cheese or what it is. It's nasty. You like the thin crust. I don't know if I've had the thin crust recently enough. I've avoided their pizza for years because it's trash. So maybe they changed it. I don't know. Feel like we're okay at tackle. We need to guard more. Yeah. The thing is, we're probably going to be targeting a tackle in the draft. Like, so we got Jonah Williams, who they seem pretty solid at left tackle, and that's fine. And then we brought in Riley Reef to play right tackle, right? But Riley Reef can also swing into guard, and we don't know how long Riley Reef's going to be around. Like, I mean, does he suck and only stick around for just this year, or is he like a semi long term thing? The idea in the second round, though, is go get a tackle who can begin their career at guard like Andrew Whitworth did. That's what I've been saying to do. So that's why a lot of people have been saying like Alex Leatherwood, Jalen Mayfield, Tevin Jenkins, if he happens to fall out of the first round, which I've seen some people saying he will, some people saying he won't. So we'll see. But I mean, that's the whole idea with the offensive line. Like right now, in the short term, we need to fix the interior offensive line. But we can probably do that and take a guy who's projected long term at guard. Hey, the Bengals are picking. The fifth pick?
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals
Select
Jamar
Jamar Chase. That's right, baby. All right. Told you. So I just put this tweet up, but like basically what's going to happen here is 63% of people said the Bengals should take Penei Sewell, right? So I'm figuring 63% of Bengals fans are going to riot over that pick because Jamar Chase is not a tackle. Yes, Thomas, weapons for Burrow. That's why they did it. It's because Joe Burrow, weapons, fantastic idea. Tom Grossi saying the Bengals just killed Joe Burrow. Well, you know what? We don't need Penei Sewell to do it. So whatever, I'll deal with you later, Tom Grossi. But either way, a lot of Bengals fans are going to be pissed over that pick. But they shouldn't be. It was a good pick. Jamar Chase, solid pick. Again, would it be the pick I would make? I think it would be because, Kyle Pitts is already off the board, so there's no Kyle Pitts. If you got Penei Sewell, you got Jamar Chase. I think I'd pick Jamar Chase too because you got a lot more depth in the second round. So I say good job, Bengals. You got Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow reunited, and these two are going to set the league on fire. All right, so a stronger Antonio Brown with more brains. I mean, I guess. I do like that Anquan Bolden comparison, though, because, you want to talk about a stronger Antonio Brown. That was Anquan Bolden. And, that level of competitiveness. I didn't know Jamar Chase was that competitive, but I guess it makes sense if him and Joe Burrow got along so well. Man, that is going to be fun seeing those two at the NFL level, though. Have y'all seen, like, this have y'all seen, like, that picture going around where it's like, if you got Penei Sewell blocking, then Joe Burrow can throw it to anybody. But if you got, like, if you're trying to throw it to Jamar Chase and you have anybody blocking, then, Joe Burrow gets sacked and the pass falls short. Well, that's not what's going to happen because, like, these two are going to be fucking electric. Man, that is a good pick. You're right. He is faster than Bolden. He's got that deep threat ability that I don't think Anquan Bolden was ever really particularly known for. Um, wow, is that right? He's the highest drafted wide receiver ever. That can't be right. There's no way. There's no way. Or no, okay, they were saying highest drafted out of LSU. Okay. I guess that makes sense. How many Super Bowls does the city of Miami host? I don't care. Like literally, who cares? Hey, the Dolphins pick is in, so we're gonna see. Okay, so I got a Dolphins fan friend who says they're gonna pick Devontae Smith. I don't think they're taking Devontae Smith. I think it's gonna be Jalen Waddle. So yes, Jan, I think they're gonna take another wide receiver here. I think they're gonna take Jalen Waddle, the wide receiver out of Alabama, who was basically Tyreek Hill. Just hasn't had that kind of production because of injuries and etc. Again, I got a Dolphins friend who is saying they're going to take Devonta Smith, but I think Devontae Smith weighing in at 166 at his pro day is going to scare some of these higher drafting teams off. Yeah, they traded Laramie Tunsil, which, by the way, Laramie Tunsil was a great, very good tackle. I thought they were crazy for trading him away, but considering the fact that they've traded him away for like 7 total different picks at this point, all of which are like top 4 rounds. Yeah, that was totally worth trading that guy away. Yeah. Devontae Smith, again, that the main thing with him is because he measured in at 166 at his pro day. That's why I was thinking they were going to take Devontae Smith all the way up until that news came out. And so part of the reason I say Jalen Waddle is because you still get that connection with Tua, that you get with Devontae Smith, but you get a guy who actually looks like he's built to play in the NFL. Yeah, he won the Heisman, but I don't know. Yeah, I think he's going to get snapped like a twig in the NFL. Can you imagine if Devontae Smith got drafted by an AFC North team? By the way, like he would like disintegrate within a matter of seconds. All right, so with the 6th pick, 2021 NFL Draft. Boom! Jalen Waddle, I told you! I called that. The only pick I have been wrong about so far, I think, was I was wrong about the 49ers. I was right that they're not taking Mac Jones, by the way, though. I was right that it was not going to be Mac Jones. So I'm glad thank God I got that one right. But no, I was right about, obviously I was right about Trevor Lawrence. And obviously I was right about Zach Wilson. I was right that the 49ers weren't taking Mac Jones. I was right that the Falcons took Kyle Pitts. I was right that the Bengals took Jamar Chase. And I was right that the Dolphins took Jalen Waddle. Draft guru Kyle over here just saying, y'all might want to like and subscribe to this channel because you're going to get a lot of insight from the guy who knows how to pick the correct drafts here. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. All right, so if I'm going to stay on a roll here, who's the 7th pick? Lions, right? I had the Lions trading down, I believe. Actually, I can probably go ahead and bring that up now. I know it. Google Docs, right. I had that in the doc, and I don't have to go all the way to the video. Here we go. My prediction for pick 7 was I had the Washington football team trading up for Trey Lance, so that's not gonna happen. Hey, you know what though? Maybe they trade up for Mac Jones. You never know. Or you know what? Maybe they trade up for Justin Fields. Although if it's Justin Fields, I feel like the Patriots are gonna trade up because I feel like Justin Fields fits more what they're doing than than he fits with the Washington football team's doing. And actually, come to think of it, Mac Jones would actually probably fit with the Washington football team decently well. So, again, I wouldn't take him in the first round, but if they take him at number 19, then you're saying Devontae Smith is John Ross Jr.? Yeah, because he's built like a fucking twig, and I think the main difference is he's just not fast. Like the whole appeal behind John Ross Jr. was he was like super fast. Jalen Waddle's the one who's super fast on that team. Devontae Smith just produces. John Ross didn't really produce like that. I think he just got drafted as high as he did because he ran he broke the record. He ran a 4.22.
Quarterback, no one looking over his shoulder. Gaskins had a nice year last year. Devontae Parker was down there a few seasons ago. You know where Fuller can fly. He can stay healthy. Now you had Jalen Waddle doing it as well. So they're getting faster and chasing the ball.
I think the main thing about picking Jalen Waddle is it means that the Dolphins are committing to building around Tua. Which means, I guess, they saw enough from Tua last year to think that, he's the guy of the future. So taking Jalen Waddle, you're taking Jalen Waddle to augment what you're getting out of Tua. Because other than that, I don't know why you would really go with Jalen Waddle here. I mean, if you're not planning on Tua being the long-term solution, I think you'd want to maybe build some other aspects of that team before you start taking guys who specifically are great because they know your quarterback. You were upset when we took John Ross. I was not upset when we took John Ross. I really wanted the Bengals to take John Ross because just honestly, because I didn't really read enough into the draft that year. I felt that part of it was I felt that the Bengals really needed a good complement for AJ Green. I felt like you needed a great, a great flanker receiver. Like AJ Green was like your top level X, and you needed a really great flanker because you didn't have Marvin Jones anymore. And I felt like John Ross could be that great flanker. He never panned out, but I was actually happy when we took him. And then there was the whole breaking the 4.22 record. I just thought, man, this kid has the potential to, at the very least, have some special moments, and that never really happened. But no, I liked him. Reuben Foster, he didn't turn out so good. A lot of people wanted Reuben Foster. I just felt, in my opinion, that year I felt like offense was the move. Although actually, I don't know if I was necessarily thinking John Ross at the time though. What was it? 2018 NFL draft. Who was I thinking? Reuben Foster. I didn't necessarily want Reuben Foster either, if I recall. I remember thinking Baker Mayfield was a weird pick, and it kind of was, but it worked out. Is that not the 2018 draft? Is that the 2017 draft? Yeah, I guess it was the 2017 draft. So, who was on the board? Patrick Mahomes. That was another one. I thought Patrick Mahomes was a stupid pick. I'm like, what are you taking this guy you could probably get in the second round? What are you doing? Guess that worked out pretty well for him. Derek Barnett. I think I wanted Derek Barnett, who has been okay for the Eagles. But he was better. He's been better for the Eagles than John Ross was for the Bengals. Malik Hooker was another guy who a lot of people were talking about to the Bengals, but I think it was just because he went to Ohio State. Because of the contract coming with Goff. Here's the pick for the Lions. The Detroit Lions select. Lions are on the clock. Get back to that. Lions took Penei Sewell. I kind of figured that would happen if they stayed on the board. Penei Sewell is now with the Lions. So much for that Penei for Your Thoughts banner that they had up in Paul Brown Stadium. Man, they are so happy for your boy to end up with the Lions. Like, hey, they're eating Pizza Hut. They're eating Pizza Hut. There's got to be some sort of product placement going on here. Wait, did John Ross get hurt running the 40? I don't remember that. Sore calves. I don't know if that's quite an injury, but I get what you're saying. Like, I don't remember that, but if you see that right after running the 40, yeah. Are you enjoying the interactive mode features? Yeah, those are kind of cool actually. Yeah, so like I'm watching this on NFL Game Pass. So I guess if you watch it through NFL Game Pass, they have like this interactive like poll feature that comes up. And I think that's kind of cool. But yeah, anyway, back to John Ross, man. I can imagine if you like notice that the guy gets hurt running the 40, then that's definitely a bad omen. Also, he kind of came into the draft with injury problems in the first place. That was, as I recall, the biggest criticism against him at the time. And I remember I was backing him at the time. I'm like, everybody says he's gonna never play because of injuries, and that's so stupid because he's gonna play and he's gonna be great. And I guess what ended up happening is he didn't play because of injuries. So yeah, I guess bad omen and all that. But yeah, 2017 terrible draft. 2018 we got Billy Price. Then 2019 we got Jonah Williams. Who did we get in 2016? Who did we get in 2016? We got William Jackson III. So was William Jackson III a good pick? Because, we moved on from him after his rookie contract, right? But, part of the reason we moved on from him was because he was just too expensive. So it's like, I feel like he wasn't a good pick, but I don't know if I'd consider him a bust. Because, he had some really good moments. He just wasn't really consistently there enough. Right, not for the first round. But then again, the guy taken right after him was Artie Burns. And that was 1,000 times worse than William Jackson. Yeah, he was injury prone. And when he was on the field, it's he was really good sometimes, but he was also inconsistent in terms of whether he was particularly good or not. So yeah, definitely William Jackson was not the best pick we've ever made before, but I don't think I would call him a bust, which I've heard some people describe him as. Terrible at tackling. He could be sometimes. I don't ever recall him being particularly great at tackling in his defense, so we never really balanced that out. So I've never watched a schedule release. They do this schedule release thing every year. They make a big deal about it, and it's just I don't understand. Are you just how do you make an event out of releasing the schedule? Well, anyway, so far in the draft, we've had Trevor Lawrence, number 1 to the Jaguars, Zach Wilson, number 2 to the New York Jets, Trey Lance, number 3 to the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Pitts, number 4 to the Atlanta Falcons, Jamar Chase, number 5 to the Cincinnati Bengals, Jalen Waddle, number 6 to the Miami Dolphins, and Penei Sewell, number 7 to the Detroit Lions. So next we got the Carolina Panthers, who look like they have the pick in. So, who did I have for this pick? I had them taking Penei Sewell. So, yeah, that's not going to happen. So at this point, who do I think they're going to pick now? For the Panthers at number 8, with the board currently laying as it is, it's kind of hard because everybody who I had projected to them at this pick, they're gone now. So it's kind of like, Carolina's kind of in a rotten spot here. Wide receiver or tackle. They could go Rashawn Slater, for that matter. I think it's a little. I wouldn't take Rashawn Slater this high, but they could go Rashawn Slater. But there's not really any wide receivers left that are worth a pick this high. Like the next best wide receiver I think on the board is Devontae Smith, so that they could take Devontae Smith, but I don't think teams are really considering him a top 10 prospect right now. And then beyond that is Rondale Moore, or Rashad Bateman. Pick your flavor there.
They took all 10 of their minutes to make it official. Let's see who they choose. 8th overall.
With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn, really? Why? Why? He's not even the best corner available. Like, you're not going to take Patrick Surtain? Why J.C. Horn? I mean, I know corner's kind of been like big starting star cornerback has kind of been a problem for them ever since what's his name kind of started being like a big deal. That I forget his name. That Josh guy who had a big mouth. I forget his name for whatever reason. But like, okay, look. It seems like that's such a. Well, okay, never mind. I'm going to stop talking because I said this before. Trying to make picks based on need this high in the draft is really stupid. Josh Norman, yes, thank you, Jan. But anyway, making picks this high based on need is stupid. So I guess they feel that J.C. Horn was better than Patrick Surtain. They think that J.C. Horn's the best player available, so that's probably why they're taking him. And that's got to be it, right? Because, like, cornerback is not the position of need for the Carolina Panthers. They could certainly use cornerback, but I wouldn't say it's the position of need for them. So that's probably what they're doing. They're probably, they're probably annoyed because, like, all of the blue chip prospects are off the board now. So it's just kind of like, well, screw it. We couldn't trade up. Maybe they couldn't find somebody, a suitable partner to trade down with. So they figured they just take the guy who was highest on their board. And I guess J.C. Horn was the highest on their board. And, you said it, Jan. Patrick Surtain, I think, would be the better player out of the two. But it's also kind of, they're close enough. Pick your own flavor at that point, really. If they feel that J.C. Horn was the best player on their board, then I say, by all means. So next up on the board, we got the Denver Broncos, who I had taking Patrick Surtain. And because the Panthers, I suppose, feel that J.C. Horn is better, that leaves Patrick Surtain wide open for the Denver Broncos. So is he going to be the pick? I guess we're going to find out. Unless they what if they take Mac Jones? That would just be funny. Yeah, I like Surtain's physicality. I'm a big fan of the whole body of work. His mentality too is what I really like about Patrick Surtain. The whole body of work I feel for Patrick Surtain has just been more impressive than J.C. Horn. Interesting fact that I found out about J.C. Horn that I didn't really realize. Did you know that Patrick Surtain is not the only corner in this draft who is the son of a Pro Bowl player in the NFL? Apparently, J.C. Horn's. I mean, I'm the big NFL guy. I should know this guy, but apparently Joe Horn was a Pro Bowl wide receiver who played for the Chiefs and Saints, looks like, and he made 4 Pro Bowls as a member of the Saints. So insane. And Asante Samuel Jr. That's right. That's right. He's actually out of the 3, out of Joe Horn, Patrick Surtain Sr., and Asante Samuel Sr. Asante Samuel Sr. is obviously the best of the 3. But what I meant so much, I wasn't so much talking about I was talking about top prospects. Made a phone call after he scored a touchdown. Yeah.
What's up, Devontae?
But yeah, I was more so just talking about the top tier prospects. I didn't know until I started doing draft research that J.C. Horn was the son of a Pro Bowl wide receiver. I'd heard of Joe Horn before. Joe Horn. I had heard of him before, but I wasn't particularly familiar with him enough to recognize him just by seeing his name. From a talent perspective, just purely from a talent perspective, I'm actually not that shocked to see J.C. Horn go ahead of Patrick Surtain, because from that perspective, you could probably make the argument that J.C. Horn is just as good, if not better. It's really, as I've said so many times so far, it's just about, pick your flavor at that point. And I guess their flavor was J.C. Horn. Best available players. You got Devontae Smith. You got Justin Fields, Patrick Surtain II, Rashawn Slater, Micah Parsons, Elijah Vera-Tucker, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Trayvon Merrick, Kwity Paye, and Gregory Rousseau. So we'll see if any of those guys are going to go anytime soon. Next, let's see. What did I say? I said the Broncos. I had the Broncos taking Patrick Surtain in my mock. Let's see if they go. Toss-up. Surtain would be better in a tougher division. Yeah. So, again, it's the NFC South. You got, you're going to have troubles going up against Kyle Pitts and Matt Ryan. But, and then Tom Brady. As long as Tom Brady's around, the Buccaneers are going to be a problem too. But, as far as physicality and stuff like that goes, I don't think the NFC South is really one of the more physical divisions out there. Broncos pick is in. Let's see who they're taking. Right, yeah. No, the NFC South, I'm not saying it's a weak division. No division is weak. It's the NFL. It's definitely not a weak division, in terms of, who's good. I just think it's not as physical as, an AFC North team would, I think, much prefer Patrick Surtain to J.C. Horn. And he thinks they're taking Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That would be a good pick. Wouldn't be me. I wouldn't make that pick for the Broncos. Although, actually, I take that back. I really like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I would totally take him at any point in this draft. However, you probably don't need to, because a lot of people kind of question him on a couple different things. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That division is not as violent. It's not as hard hitting. It's not as physical. It's football. It's always going to be physical. It's just not you can probably get away with smaller guys. That's part of why I see Devontae Smith going to the Philadelphia Eagles, because that NFC East, I don't feel like you're going to have as much problems with having a less physical wide receiver like Devontae Smith. But him going to there were Bengals fans. Joe Mixon was talking about having him come to Cincinnati, and that just wouldn't work out at all. He gets snapped like a twig. All right, and the Broncos are taken. Denver Broncos select Patrick Surtain. All right, called that one too. So that chuck another win up for Kyle. Patrick Surtain II going to the Denver Broncos, and that's a great pick. They need cornerback help. In my opinion, I think he's the best cornerback on the board. But again, I think it's a bit of a toss up with J.C. Horn. You could definitely make the argument about J.C. Horn because they must all be fully vaccinated because you got nobody wearing masks. Oh, there's a mask. Found a mask. So wait, why are some people wearing masks and some aren't? It's so weird. That's a really cool walking in setup they have there. Got to figure out how to. Maybe I could rearrange my studio to kind of have that setup they got for the walkway into the draft. That's just cool as hell. You ever been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Because that's kind of what that reminds me of. That walkway that they while they're walking onto the stage. That's kind of what that kind of reminds me of. Some of the rooms in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, actually. Only FBS cornerback with 90-plus run defense and coverage grades per PFF since 2018. That's not bad. Wow. Scheme versatility. All that means is he can play anywhere. That's such a fancy way of just saying, hey, it's really good. I think that was part of my problem with J.C. Horn, too, is I feel like he kind of,
So when you watch him, just like J.C. Horn, you see him going up against the best competition he saw here in the SEC. You see the long arms to get on you at the line of scrimmage. Vic Fangio wants to play some press man. Surtain's very comfortable getting up there, throwing his hands and rerouting. How about out on an island? Just leave him alone out there and feel confident and comfortable. The toughness, no doubt about that. He'll show up and run support, get underneath this Notre Dame ball carrier, get him on the ground. This is somebody that also has the ability not only to tackle, you can match him up with tight ends. He can do so many different things. You see him trigger. You try and block him with a tight end, he goes right through him to get to the ball carrier. He has toughness. I go back to those Baltimore Raven days, Coach, when we always felt like you have a great defense, you had to have not just good corners, but tough corners.
I think that's the thing about, if you're a team that really likes to get up in your face, really likes to press, I think that makes a lot of sense for J.C. Horn. But, this is just the thing about Patrick Surtain is you can play him literally anywhere. What, you think Slater's going to go to the Cowboys next? I think he could. J.C. Horn was actually who I had going to the Cowboys in my mock, but obviously that's not available anymore. So, and I don't think there's really because cornerback was what I had the biggest thing that the Cowboys would want to target. But the best cornerback left on the board is Caleb Farley, and you just because of injuries, you don't know what to expect with him. So, but yeah, they could definitely use some offensive line help. So I think Rashawn Slater for sure. Yeah, I think you might have to chill on Parsons a little bit, honestly. He's got attitude problems. He's got a bunch of stuff. People are not nearly as high on Micah Parsons as probably they should be. I had him going to the Raiders in my mock, falling pretty significantly. But yeah, there's. Oh, okay. So I'm stupid, by the way. I've been saying the Cowboys are. I've been saying the Cowboys are going to be up here at pick number 10 when it's actually the Eagles, and duh. And yet, it appears that the Eagles are trading with the Cowboys. So, or is it? Are they trading with the Cowboys? Because that'd be weird. That'd be weird, right? If they traded with a division rival, if they swap picks with division rival. So I guess we'll see what happens here. Who are they trading to? Just fucking. You already told us there's a trade. Why do we gotta wait 15 minutes to figure out who the trade's with? The Cowboys defense is terrible. Yeah, it is. Cowboys defense is awful. It's just, with how offense top heavy this draft is, it would be weird to me to see them go defense this early in the draft. And if I'm like for the Cowboys, I feel like if you're going to take a defensive player, and okay, it was the Cowboys. They're trading with the Cowboys, so you're not going to trade up to the 10th overall pick to get a defensive player. I don't think you're going to do that. I mean, other than these cornerbacks, but both of the cornerbacks are both gone. If I had, it probably would be Slater. That would make the most sense for why they're trading up, unless they're going for let's see. I mean, yeah, it would have to be Slater. I mean, again, unless they're going for Caleb Farley, or for whatever reason they were trading up for Kwity Paye, which that would be weird. But I don't know. It's got to be Slater. If they're trading up, it's got to be Slater. That's the only reason I can see why you would want to trade up.
Meanwhile, Justin Fields and Matt Jones are still on the board. The green room at 8 possible.
Yeah, Justin Fields and Mac Jones still on the board. What the hell does that have to do with the Cowboys? They're not going to draft a quarterback. They got Dak. Yeah, I think it's Slater too. It's got to be Slater. There's no way it's not Slater. I noticed how they told us who the trade was with, and yet they haven't updated the graphic. It still says that the Eagles are picking. Under a minute. Do you remember when the Vikings back in 2003, I think it was, had to forfeit? They didn't forfeit their pick, but two teams jumped ahead of them because they didn't get their pick in time.
With the Giants sitting there at 11, thinking they might get the player they want, the Eagles hop right up in front of them again. Maybe take the player.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm really confused. Am I completely not paying attention? Yes, I'm stupid. The Eagles are trading up with the Cowboys, so I mean it's got to be Devontae Smith. That's what I'm thinking. It's going to be Devontae Smith.
So I would add another one, Rashawn Slater. Nothing more important for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, shit, Ian Rappaport saying it's going to be Slater. I think that the Eagles want Devonta Smith, though. That's my guess. I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I think they did fuck it up. I swear earlier they said that the Cowboys traded up, which I was confused by because I thought the Cowboys did have pick number 10, which they did, by the way. And I'm also surprised that they traded with a division rival. I mean, maybe the rivalries don't mean as much in the NFC East as they do in the AFC North because, I mean, if the Bengals made a draft day trade with the Steelers, I'd be like, fuck you guys, how could you? Yeah. Forgot to put beer away. Oh, isn't that great? Forgot to put beer away. So now I'm not going to have a cold beer. It might be a while before I have another one. Oh, well. A defensive player? I don't see defensive player. Yeah, fuck the Steelers. Thank you, Jan. By the way, I don't know if you were if you were watching when I was talking about this earlier, but have you've seen this talk that the Steelers are going to draft a running back? Like, how fucking arrogant can they possibly be to think that they're a running back away from going on a run or something like that with all of the problems they have? They don't even have an offensive line to put in front of the running back. All right, so the Eagles are taking.
With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
Boom! Devontae Smith. I called that one too. Man, I am on a roll today. Devontae Smith. I knew it. Now, I didn't think they'd have to trade up to get him, but.
Reunited with Jalen Waddle in Alabama days in Miami, and now Jalen Hurts, who is atop the depth chart in Philadelphia, gets the Heisman Trophy.
So I think that's interesting. I've heard talk that they're potentially talking about moving on from Jalen Hurts, but if they're taking Devontae Smith, then yeah, that's the thing. Like, here's the thing. I think Najee Harris is so good that he could probably thrive in any situation, but he's not going to have the most other teams if he went to. He'd go to the Lions, for example. And I think, especially with Penei Sewell up there, if the Lions go get a running back in the second round or something, I think the Lions would be a much better situation than the Steelers, especially right now. Hell, I think the Lions might be in a better situation long term than the Steelers. The Steelers are falling apart, and they're too arrogant to do anything about it. And it's beautiful and wonderful because they're going to fall apart, and we're going to get to watch them do it. And they're going to eventually they're going to be right in the basement for years. That's going to be great. But I don't understand their thought process. I really don't.
I know Eagles fans were frustrated last year that they passed on Justin Jefferson. In my opinion, they got it right this year with Devontae Smith. He is a number one wide receiver, and I think Philadelphia is going to be a big fan of this guy. And I love the fact he can rock that number 6. No double digits, but that same number 6 you rocked at Alabama and take it to Philly.
It's interesting for your mock draft show you had the Eagles taking Devontae Smith. And I thought to myself in our pre-Zoom meeting, what's his comp if he goes to Philadelphia at 6'1", 166? It is Allen Iverson. I mean, look at the comp here. Height and weight in terms of production, 25 points per game for AI. And then 25 touchdowns for Devontae Smith, who can, yes, dunk a basketball. Send it in, big fella. I mean,
the best nickname in the draft this season. Yeah, so what you're talking about, Coach Shaw, is in Philadelphia.
So, what do you think for pick 38 for the Bengals? So I've been hearing that Tevin Jenkins might fall, and man, if we could get that guy, he is mean. He would fit right in the AFC North. You got Chicago at pick number 11. Is that another trade? I'm confused.
Andy Dalton is a placeholder there right now. To meet Justin Fields, you get a lot more.
Did the Bears acquire 11th overall pick from the Giants? Wow. Are they gonna?
It means a lot. Just coming day in, day out of Alabama, going against guys like Pat, just making me better every day. You making him better. I mean, that's what it's all about. I'm excited.
Just imagine what it's gotta. Yeah, we're definitely going online. Imagine what it's got to feel to be Andy Dalton right now. I mean, first of all, I'm sure he's fine with his millions of dollars. That he's probably just fine. You don't need to feel bad for the guy. But at the same time, with the Bears and the Cowboys and the Bengals, it's just kind of I saw somebody call Alex Smith the least wanted quarterback in the NFL the other day. But I think Andy Dalton right now might be the least wanted quarterback in the NFL because Bears take Fields. That's what I'm hearing a lot of people suggesting that might be what they do here. It's got to be. I mean, if it's going to be quarterback, it better be fucking Justin Fields. It better not be Mac Jones. But I'm kind of. I don't see why else they would trade up though if they're not going for a quarterback. There's an interactive thing that says, "Will the Bears choose Fields or Jones?" They already are assuming, which it's a pretty good assumption by the way, but they're already oh, we know they're taking quarterback. which, again, that's a pretty good assumption. They're probably taking a quarterback here. But you know what? Didn't they trade up to get Mitch Trubisky? Haven't y'all learned?
You want a guy that can manage things and make the right throws and make the right reads. Maybe you go with Jones. But to me,
I swear to God, if they go get Mac Jones, they trade up to go get Mac Jones after previously trading up to go get Mitch Trubisky. Boy. Justin, if they do take Justin Fields, though, I don't know if the Bears are a good situation for Justin Fields. Like, that's the thing about Justin Fields. I feel like he could be really good in the right situation, but I don't know if the Bears are the right situation for him.
They went from 3-2, and who was sitting there as the prize? Your guy Solomon Thomas from San Francisco got it 3. So Coach Shaw witness to that back then.
Yes.
Here we are again with another quarterback trade. Coach Shaw once again in witness.
I just thought knowing you that they played ABBA in the draft hall in Philadelphia, which would have definitely gotten chaos.
Tim Tebow quarterback. Yeah, I think I did like a joke mock draft like 8 years ago or something like that. I forget. It was for one of the drafts. I just made like completely joke picks or something like that. Like most of them weren't even football players, but I think the number 1 overall pick was Tim Tebow to like the Cardinals or some shit.
The NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19 by focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities.
What the hell does any of this have to do with the pick?
Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen.
This is a good thing. Good to talk about this kind of stuff, I suppose. But you can't find a better, more appropriate time to talk about it.
Foundation, as part of a draft-a-thon, to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health. Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that.
Oh, I see. Okay. Makes a little more sense now.
His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022.
So, who did the Bears take? Looks like the pick is in.
Please take it away with the Bears selection.
It feels like it's got to be a quarterback, so better be Justin Fields. Kyle Trask. Wouldn't that be something? The My Chicago Bears. Justin Fields. All right, so looks like people have properly ranked the quarterbacks here. No Mac Jones in the top 11 picks, which is nice. Justin Fields, man, I don't feel like Justin Fields. I don't feel like Chicago is the right fit for Justin Fields. I don't know if that's going to be good for him, but at least they didn't take Mac Jones.
Wilson, that did not work out. It is now Justin Fields, their quarterback. You're seeing immediate dynamic. They were one of the last in the league in terms of explosive plays. They were tied for 27. This is explosiveness with Justin Fields with his arm and his leg. He's going to go big play up and down the field.
I think I've said it before. If Justin Fields went to the right team, I think he could be a really, really good player. Chicago is the wrong team. I don't think he fits very well with the coaching staff there. That's the main thing. Regardless of the scheme, I just don't think he fits with the coaches.
This is one of the prettiest throws you'll ever see. You want to see arm straight. Look at that one, lofted up over the top. And the ability to maneuver within the pocket.
All right, so what do we got? Who do we got up next? Because honestly, I'm just moving on from this pick because that's a weird decision to trade up while you have Andy Dalton and Nick Foles on your roster. I mean, I understand maybe you're not entirely inspired by both of those quarterbacks, but I don't know. It's a weird decision. Weird decision. I don't love it. But anyway, next in the draft order is the Los Angeles Chargers, if they are in fact actually making their selection. Because we've had a bunch of trades so far. Oh, why am I fucking yawning so much? You know what I need to do? I need to go get coffee. So I am going to go get some coffee, y'all. I say y'all as though there's somebody other than the one person in the... I'm going to get coffee.
System takes his team to the college football playoffs and competes for national championships. I like the toughness of both of them. I like their adaptability.
And let's take a look at the Bud Light draft tweets as we turn to Coach Shaw for your thoughts on this choice.
I think this is great. This guy plays big in big games. Cold weather's not going to affect him. He's played in Ohio this past few years. This guy's got a chance to be special. But I want to give a special shout out to Matt Nagy and his staff. They had a rough year, and many of us have been in the NFL. And when you lose games like that in the middle of the year, those players pack it in. This team did not pack it in. They fought. Well, guess what? You got a quarterback coming that's going to give you the same kind of fight, the same kind of energy, the same kind of passion. This guy's 60 more touchdowns than interceptions. It's good. 60 more touchdowns than interceptions. That's good, right? Yes, this guy takes care of the ball. He can run, he can throw it, and he's going to bring a lot of juice to that stadium.
And there's the fourth selected quarterback waiting for about an hour. That's in this day and age results in a chip that normally winds up on a shoulder. And, you know, we're off of Twitter. We don't pay attention to Twitter. We don't want to be on Twitter. But will somebody let us know if the Bears delete that Andy Dalton QB1 tweet at any point over the next
memory like an elephant over there, Rich.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to stay up on things. The Cowboys, that's Jerry Jones welcoming somebody to the team. Would no doubt see it on @Dallas Cowboys because they're very social media savvy. They report on it's all content for the Dallas Cowboys. The question is who in that fully vaccinated draft room in Frisco, Texas, is Jerry Jones talking to?
Well, they missed out on the corners. We thought that might be the target. You've got the linebacker, Michael Parsons, who we've talked about. It's weird not to see edge rushers go. I was talking to another team who has connections with Coach Quinn, and as you guys know, that defense, that Seattle scheme is front dependent. They find their corners. They have been able to find some of those corners later on, but they're front dependent. We haven't seen an defensive lineman go. Now, is that Jalen Phillips? Is that Kwity Paye? I would imagine those guys would be in play here with the Cowboys as well. That kind of speed, and if they wanted to flip it over to the offensive side, I still say that's an offensive line. It's not the offensive line we remember. Rashawn Slater is still there. You can play him as hard his rookie year, like Jonathan.
Oh, Cowboys are on the clock. Pick is in. Didn't miss the pick, though, so, you know. There you go, Jan. Just had to get myself some coffee, though. I was about to fall fucking asleep. Venom. And who is the pick? Mac Jones. They keep talking about Mac Jones like he's anything. Oh, my God. Who is the Cowboys pick? Who do I think the Cowboys are going to take? Hey, Slater's still on the board, right? So that was my pick when I thought they were picking earlier. Got to be Slater.
Through Draft-a-thon, we're partnering with Mental Health America to support resources for those that need it. Kanikia Bedrine, an Army veteran from Dallas, struggled with anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle
Good cause. Mental health.
and is now a licensed social worker who provides mental health counseling.
I like that.
Kanikia, we thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of making the Cowboys pick.
Yeah, she looks excited to be up there, so that's all good. How about them Cowboys? How about what? The fact that they went 6-10. Micah Parsons. Wow.
I think this is also a good point for us to mention that Drew Pearson is slated to make the pick for the Cowboys.
Oh, that's cool. I thought he would. Let's see, where did I have him going? I had him falling a little farther than that. I had him going at 18 to the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, I got that pick wrong. But I also thought, J.C. Horn would be on the board. So, that's kind of tends to be what happens there. So, Micah Parsons. He's a big blitzer. That actually makes a lot of sense. You did call it. Good. That's good on you, Jan. I think that's the big thing for him. He provides a really an infusion of like, what do you call it? Scariness. Like people are gonna see. Oh, we're going up against Micah Parsons. This could be a problem. Because this dude, despite the fact that I've heard he's got some attitude issues and stuff like that, he's also a linebacker. He can take that out on you. If he's going to be blitzing teams in the NFC East, that could be a much needed boost for their defense. Now, I will say this could also be one of those kind of guys who just doesn't end up panning out. It's another one of those situations, I think, where maybe the fit's not the best. Like, I think the Cowboys need somebody like him, but I don't know if he's really going to make it work in Dallas. We'll see what happens. But he could also become one of the best blitzing linebackers in the league. But the old the old adage, the old wisdom that half of these guys in the first round just never end up amounting to much. And I think a lot of the times it has to do with fit. I don't know if Micah Parsons really fits quite as well in Dallas as he could have fit somewhere else. Like, I had him going to Miami, for example. But we'll see. He's a really good. He's really talented. You're right. Speed and strength. He's got a lot of that. He's built like a prototypical linebacker. He knows exactly what he's doing. In some ways, just build alone, he reminds me of Vontaze Burfict. Actually, really, in a lot of ways, he reminds me of Vontaze Burfict, except if Vontaze Burfict was playing in the middle instead of on the outside.
If he was just an edge rusher, I think he'd be one of the top 3 or 4 edge rushers in the draft.
Yeah, I think he's really talented. I don't know if it's going to work out in Dallas for him, but I'm a little surprised he went this high because I've been seeing his stock drop for a while now. But I'm also not that surprised that he got taken a little higher than that because his talent's just too much to pass up. I saw some people having him for a little while as the top non-quarterback off the board. I think early in the draft process, I saw some people saying the Bengals were going to take him, which that was probably just a product of people not knowing what the Bengals needed, honestly.
Welcome into the National Football League and the NFC East by somebody he's familiar with. Saquon Barkley. He will come back this year, and maybe they'll need him.
All right, so who we got next on the board? Oh, yeah, like I said, Los Angeles Chargers. So this is where I had Rashawn Slater originally projected. In my mock that I did, I had Rashawn Slater going number 13 to the Los Angeles Chargers. So, could that be the pick that we see here? What do you think? They need – I feel they need defensive help a little more than they need offensive help. But, you get especially after how badly the Trey Turner experiment went there in Los Angeles, I feel like if you are going to go offense, then offensive line's got to be it. See, the one thing about Rashawn Slater is he's got that resume that Penei Sewell didn't have. Like, you almost kind of feel like Penei Sewell needs a little bit more development. But, see, that's part of the appeal, actually, in Penei Sewell, I think, is the fact that he's not nearly developed into what he could be, and yet he's still so damn enticing as a prospect. So just like the ceiling for where he could go is just absolutely out of the solar system. And it's not quite that way with Rashawn Slater, but at the same time, Rashawn Slater shut down Chase Young. So, I mean, there's not really much more to say about that. He shut down Chase Young when Chase Young was in college. Slater. Yep, I think it's going to be Slater. I think the Los Angeles Chargers are going to select Rashawn Slater. And, interestingly enough, early in the draft process, like probably back in like February or something like that, I was doing a lot of mocks, and a lot of these simulators had Rashawn Slater not going until the second round. And I actually had the Bengals picking up Rashawn Slater at number 38. I figured that if they weren't going to go Penei Sewell, then you could go get, maybe somebody more exciting in the first round, and you go get Rashawn Slater in the second round. And I've been basically talking like that for months. And, I mean, since then, Rashawn Slater's stock has done nothing but, like, absolutely just skyrocket. And a lot of that, like I said, has to do with that tape that you have, the fact that he shut down Chase Young. And he is absolutely the best available player, without a doubt. Well, no, I take that back. In my opinion, now this is just me. I don't think a lot of people agree with me, but in my opinion, the best player left available in the draft is Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher out of Miami. But I understand a lot of people are scared of the fact that he had to medically retire due to concussions one time. They don't like the fact that he decided to go to school for music and may not be completely committed to football. But, I mean, when you had to medically retire due to concussions, you didn't exactly know that you were going to be coming back and playing football. Yeah, I would go find another hobby too. Like, I think it's a little ridiculous that people give him criticism for that. But I also understand if you're going to take somebody that damn high, you want them to be, you want football to be the only thing they care about. But yeah, I think, if I was any of these teams beyond like probably the Panthers, like after pick 9, like I don't think there's a spot that I wouldn't take Jalen Phillips. He's just like this dude is special. Trust me. Like, I mean, if it hadn't been for the injury history, he would have been like I mean, this draft class gets a lot of criticism, especially like the edge rushers get a lot of criticism for not having a guy like Myles Garrett or Jadeveon Clowney or one of those really like once in a generation type edge rushers. They say they don't really have one in this class, and again they do, but because of the injury history, you wonder what you're getting. And I don't think you should wonder what you're getting. I think he's great, and like I said, I would take him. Like once Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, and Penei Sewell are all off the board, I think I think Jalen Phillips is the best prospect. But not a lot of people are going to agree. Yeah, Bosa was another one. It was like one of those once in a generation type guys at the top of the draft. And yeah, they could go that direction, especially because of they seem to be ready to move on from Melvin Ingram. But I think they need some work on that offensive line if they're going to really invest in Justin Herbert long term. Then again, you could have said the same thing about the Bengals. So really, they could probably go any direction here. Hell, if all the top wide receivers weren't off the board, I'd say maybe they could even go wide receiver. But considering what's on the board and that's available, I think, if the Bengals were picking in this spot, I think Rashawn Slater would be the pick, All right, they're picking.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn.
All right, Rashawn Slater. There's another one. There's another one. I have let's see. How many have I got right so far? I got 1, 2, which I'm not sure if either of those count. 3, Kyle Pitts. 4, Jamar Chase. 5, Jalen Waddle. 6, Penei Sewell. 7, Patrick Surtain. 8, Devontae Smith. 9, Rashawn Slater. So out of the first 13 picks, I got 9 of them right. I feel like I'm doing pretty damn good. Nope. I mean, there have been a couple not so great ones, but a lot of those have involved like teams trading up, and I didn't anticipate the trades. One of them was I thought the Washington football team was going to trade up for Trey Lance, but that was honestly that one. That one was a little bit of I think I was trying to be a little too cute with that one. That's a long way to trade up. I had them giving up like a second and a third round pick for that number 7 spot. But then again, I think the Washington football team, you put like a really top tier. I think you put a really top tier quarterback on that roster, and they're going to be better than a losing team. But then again, Ryan Fitzpatrick's pretty good, so maybe you can afford to be patient at quarterback right now. I think that's the main thing about Rashawn Slater that I really liked about potentially projecting him to the Bengals when I thought he might fall to the second round is this guy can play anywhere on the line. He projects best at right tackle, I think, which is something that the Bengals could probably use even with Riley Reif. But you can play him again. He's one of those guys you can play on the inside. You can start him like Andrew Whitworth started his career, and then move him out to the outside when A, he's ready, and B, your roster's ready for that. So Rashawn Slater definitely think is a good move. It's unfortunate for, I guess, me, because I always thought he was like, oh my God, this guy is amazing. And I'd love for him to be like, my little secret. And then I guess that's wishful thinking, right? Because once people start seeing his tape, they're going to realize, oh my God, this guy's not a second round pick. But, yeah, they're high-fiving. I think Rashawn Slater, pick 13, that is the perfect spot for him. I don't think he was quite a top 10 pick, but 13, that makes sense to me. So, good pick. I rank that. I think I might put out a draft grades video on my own personal channel just for the hell of it. Just because I enjoy doing stuff like that. This pick might end up being an A, though, because that is like the perfect spot to take somebody like Rashawn Slater and a really good situation. Ooh, and there's a trade. Number 14. Looks like the Minnesota Vikings have traded their pick to the New York Jets, which is interesting. Now, I had in my mock, I had the Vikings taking Elijah Vera Tucker, the guard out of USC, with this pick. Now, the Jets, I had the Jets taking – I'm assuming the Jets traded their first-round pick and something else. So I had the Jets at 23 taking Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher out of Georgia. I don't know if there's an edge rusher that they'll take now that they're trading up this high. So that's interesting. Yeah, I mean maybe Kwity Paye, but even then I don't think Kwity Paye is so much better than any other edge rusher that you need to trade up for him. So I don't know. Maybe it could be. I mean, the Jets need offensive line. Maybe it could be Elijah Vera Tucker. Maybe they could just go get Christian Darrisaw, who I think it'd be almost a kind of a shame if he didn't end up in Indianapolis, given all the hype that's gone into that. But I don't know. Maybe the Jets are going to get a linebacker. Maybe this is Zaven Collins, because his name's been coming up a lot lately. Maybe this is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Greg Newsome, maybe they could probably use cornerback help. I mean, they need a lot of help in a lot of different places. Yes, you got Zach Wilson.
Small business fee.
I mean, you could, man, the Jets could go anywhere really. Like, I mean, they're not going to go running back trading up to 14. But maybe they're not going to, there's no wide receivers really available. Next best tight end is Pat Fryermuth, and you don't need to trade up to 14 for him. So, I mean, maybe they're trading up to go get somebody like Christian Darrisaw or Elijah Vera Tucker on the offensive line. Maybe, I don't know why they would trade up this high for Caleb Farley, but maybe that's what they're doing. Greg Newsome, maybe. I could see Greg Newsome going this high. I mean, unless they're really reaching for Rashad Bateman. I don't know. This is fascinating. The Jets trading up. Zaven Collins. That's
Jordan knows he shouldn't eat this entire bowl of nachos, but tonight he's earned that right.
Okay, so I'm gonna say on this pick for the Jets, it's either gonna be Zaven Collins or Christian Darrisaw.
That's when Jordan knew he was buzzed. So when it was time to go, he got a ride home instead of driving. Be a legend like Jordan. Recognize your buzz warning signs and get
Should the Jets go tackle?
Buzz driving is drunk driving.
Let's see. What are the Jets' biggest remaining needs? Quarterback, they already got their quarterback. Running back, you're not going to trade up 14 for that. Wide receiver, nobody worth that pick right now. Tight end, nobody worth that pick right now. Interior offensive line, pass rush, cornerback. So so I am going to predict that this is either going to be Elijah Vera Tucker, who I had going at 14, by the way, or Zaven Collins. The linebacker out of Tulsa. I think if hard to say because I mean, you think it's going to be edge, but who? Which edge would you trade up for though? Because I mean, like I mean, again, I would a billion times out of a billion times take Jalen Phillips here. But nobody else really seems to, at least nobody else in the NFL really seems to agree with me on Jalen Phillips. So, I mean, like, you know, like you got like Azeez Ojulari, you got Kwity Paye, you got Joe Tryon, you got Joseph Asai, but like, you know, any of those guys are just as good as any of the other ones. So, I mean, like, why would you need to trade up for that? Like, I mean, they traded up 9 spots. So, I mean, you could get any of the good edge rushers at 23. I would find it weird if they're trading up to get an edge rusher. Possible for tackle, but I don't know if they need tackle because, I mean, they got Mekhi Becton, and to the best of my knowledge, the other guy they have at tackle they like all right. So that's why I'm thinking it's either going to be Elijah Vera Tucker or Zaven Collins. And the more I think about it, the more Elijah Vera Tucker makes more sense. Because I think interior offensive line's a bigger need than linebacker for them. Daniel Jeremiah seems certain that it's going to be Elijah Vera Tucker. So, I'm going to have to agree with him there. I'm going to go ahead and predict that this is going to be Elijah Vera Tucker, who, again, I had going at 14, just not to this team. Yeah, I think it's got to be it would be weird if they traded up for anybody else.
The 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft.
The Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker. There we go. So does that count? Does that count as me getting that pick right? Because I had him going at 14. I just didn't have the Jets trading up. I had the Vikings taking him with this pick, not the Jets taking him with this pick. So does that count? You say it counts? Okay. All right. So I'll count that one as a win. There we go. Because, I mean, like, part of the reason, like, when I do my mock draft, this is the first year I've done trades in my mock draft, and I usually don't ever do that because trades are so finicky to try to predict. I mean, you just never know who's going to value. Like on top of trying to predict which prospects the other teams want. On top of that, you also got to project like who's going to value, like who's going to want to trade out in any given situation, and who's going to like. It just gets so complicated and finicky when you're trying to project trades. So I don't normally do that. I did that this year though. So I guess technically I didn't get it 100% right. But I think the fact that I picked Elijah Vera Tucker to go 14, I think that counts enough. So far, I got to say this is probably my most successful mock I've ever done before, because I think that's like 10 picks now I've got right. Like Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, Patrick Surtain, Devonta Smith, Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker. Yeah, 10 picks I got right. 10 out of 14 picks I got right. And the ones I got wrong were I thought Washington football team was going to trade up for Trey Lance, which didn't happen. I thought the Dallas Cowboys were going to get J.C. Horn, but instead somebody else got J.C. Horn first. I thought the New York Giants were going to take Kwity Paye, but they traded down. So like literally all of the picks that I've gotten wrong, I only appear to have gotten wrong because of trades. So, there you okay. Just because I got it before they announced it. Yeah, I like the way you think, Jan. I like the way you think. I'm going to count it as a win just because you told me I can. Oh, the Patriots pick is in. Now, who did I have for this? Oh, they traded with the Colts. No, okay, yeah, no. Okay, so what I had in my mock is I had the Colts trading up with the Patriots for Christian Darrisaw. So I didn't really have, let's see, who did I have them taken later on? I had them taking Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah at 21. So who are they going to take here? What do the Patriots need? They kind of need a quarterback. I mean, they're going to take Mac Jones. Well, I still think it's like way early for Mac Jones, but maybe other teams don't. I don't know. Might they take – I mean, I could totally still see them taking Owusu-Koramoah here, maybe even Zaven Collins. I mean, they're really kind of interchangeable picks, and Zaven Collins is probably a little safer. So I'm thinking it's either going to be Zaven Collins or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here at pick number 15.
With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion New England Patriots.
You just had to throw that 6th time in there, didn't you?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, why? Why? Oh, man, why would you got Cam Newton? Man, Mac Jones isn't even good. Man, the Patriots are done, man. I'm calling it now. The Patriots are done taking Mac Jones. You got Cam Newton there. He's going to be just as good as Mac Jones. What an absolute waste of fucking time. I had a Dolphins fan friend who was absolutely terrified like a couple hours ago that the Patriots are going to trade and go get Aaron Rodgers. Now they have Mac Jones. Like, what a fucking – remember, a couple months ago when, Bears fans thought they were for sure going to get Russell Wilson and they ended up with Andy Dalton? Well, that's about the difference here. Patriots fans – thinking maybe they could go get Aaron Rodgers, and now they have Mac Jones. Like, what an absolute fucking God.
his face. Defenders in your face, you can see a lot of it, but you go back to 2019. This is Derek Brown in that Auburn game. He hangs in there, takes his medicine, and delivers a strike. Here's the vision. Look at him. He knows exactly where he wants to go with the ball. He processes very fast. That's why he was in the mix to be the third overall pick because of that skill set, and that's why the Patriots got him here. So it's a start, taking away.
Well, Rich, you had to wait a little bit longer than you thought when you came running out of the green room to help the commissioner to go to the New England Patriots. Was it worth the wait?
Well, absolutely. It's long, and I can't wait to play for really the greatest franchise in NFL history. So
Greatest franchise in NFL history. I like the way you think. I like the way you think because a lot of people would consider that to be a team I don't like. Oh boy.
we'll see.
He might do okay in that system. Well, he better not start this year, although I don't know why you're spending a first-round pick on a quarterback you don't expect to start this year. I mean, at 15. Like, man, that's my problem with taking him in the first round. Like, you don't need to take him. Pieces of the – whoa, Jake Dolegala is in New England? Wow. I didn't know that. Jake Dolegala is out there. Is Mac Jones a good fit for the Patriots? No. Because Mac Jones – I don't see Mac Jones being a great fit for anybody, really. Okay, so Jan, I think a lot of people would be a good fit in the Patriots system, but I mean, really, I see Mac Jones as maybe a less impressive version of Cam Newton, and you've already got Cam Newton on the team. So I don't really see what the plan is here for Mac Jones. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. They talked about, you know, this is the first round pick the Patriots have made at quarterback since Drew Bledsoe. Well, I honestly, I mean, I think this is, you know, very similar to Drew Bledsoe, except I don't think it's going to work out as well. Like, I mean, I could see this kind of becoming a thing. Like the Dolphins and the Bills are about to own this division for years and years to come because, like, I mean, I've made it clear before, I don't like Zach Wilson. I mean, I love Robert Saleh, but I don't like Zach Wilson. And then the Patriots are just disintegrating before our eyes. I don't like that pick at all. Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and the pick is in. So who did I have them taking in my mock? I had them taking Caleb Farley, the cornerback out of Virginia Tech. Now, if you recall, Caleb Farley – months ago, like when everybody was doing like their too early mock drafts a while ago, everybody was sure Caleb Farley would be like a top 5 pick. You know, he's that talented, but you know, injuries and, you know, inconsistency and stuff have kind of knocked his draft value down a little bit. But I think if he pans out, anybody's going to be loving to have Caleb Farley. But let's see what they take.
With the 16th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven
Collins. Wait, what?
This is a hulking linebacker, Rich.
What? Zaven Collins, the guy, didn't you just take Isaiah Simmons last year? And you're taking another Isaiah. What?
Some people have compared him. They see a little bit of Urlacher. We talked to some of the older scouts. I saw a little bit of Anthony Barr because of the versatility.
What? Okay, so the Arizona Cardinals just took Zaven Collins, the linebacker out of Tulsa, with their with the number 16 overall pick, which I don't get because they just took Isaiah Simmons last year, who, from a prototypical standpoint, is very, very similar to Zaven Collins. So I'm just, I don't understand the vision here. Like, yes, Zaven Collins, fantastic player. Isaiah Simmons was a fantastic player too. So, like, are you just like trying to put together a team of, like, if you just find every single great linebacker and put them all on the same team, maybe they'll win a football game? Man, I don't know. Like, I've been saying ever since last year, I don't know if I feel the whole Cliff Kingsbury experiment out there in Arizona, and now I'm really starting to question it. Like Zaven Collins, great player. I absolutely believe that he's going to be a great player. Hell, he could even be great in Arizona. But I just don't understand what their plan is taking him and Isaiah Simmons in back-to-back drafts when you have so many other problems. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
He has the athleticism and the versatility.
Right now, he's a plug-and-play guy.
It's such an exciting time for a fan. We're all here for it. NFL Network. We're here for football.
I don't get that one. I'm not feeling that one. 30 out of 32 teams, I would have said, oh, Zaven Collins, a great pick. But I don't get it. I don't get it for the Cardinals. It just doesn't make any sense. Like I say, you just took Isaiah Simmons. Whatever. Moving on to the Raiders. I had them taking Zaven Collins, so I don't even know what to think now. My backup pick was Micah Parsons, who's also off the board. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen here. I mean, you can maybe see Christian Darrisaw go here. They could really use some help at offensive tackle, offensive line in general. After what they did with their offensive line and with trading their All-Pro guard and I think releasing one of their tackles, if I recall correctly. They need a running back, but I think, if you're going to take a running back, then you trade down or maybe do that in the second round or something. This could be maybe, I think, where one of the first edge rushers go. Jalen Phillips would be a really good pick here. He seems like, he really fits the Raiders. Okay, so considering the situation, I'm thinking it's either going to be Christian Darrisaw or Jalen Phillips. Oh, shit. All right. See you, Jan. Jan's out, guys. Okay, so I'm going to keep streaming for the rest of the first round. I would also kind of like to go to bed, but I said I was going to do this, so I'm going to do this. Las Vegas Raiders pick is in, and I think it's either going to be Christian Darrisaw or Jalen Phillips. I'm not really sure which one. If I had to pick which one would make more sense, though, it would be Jalen Phillips. Because I think he fits what the Raiders try to embody. But then again, offensive line's kind of a big problem for them right now, so it could be Christian Darrisaw. But then again, it could be somebody else. It could be I think Tevin Jenkins maybe fits what they try to do. Alex Leatherwood. I think Tevin Jenkins probably fit them a little bit better than Alex Leatherwood, but I mean either one of them really, because they're the kind of guys who can play any position, and the Raiders need a lot of help. So Raiders first round picks the last 2 years. They got Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, Cleveland Farrell, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Abram. I think the only one of those that even really makes a remote amount of sense was, man, I don't like any of those. I mean, Cleveland Farrell, I think, was the only one of those that I actually think even makes a remote amount of sense. Because, like, Henry Ruggs, I think, was a reach. And I think it was just them going for a prototype that just for the sake of going for a prototype. I didn't like the Damon Arnett pick at all. That didn't make any sense to me. Like, that was an insane reach. Josh Jacobs was it turned out to be a great pick, but I don't know. I've been on record for a while. I've never been the biggest fan of taking running backs in the first round. So, I mean, he's a great player, But how much is he really doing for the Raiders, having been that first pick? I mean, I guess better than a bust, but like, how valuable really are running backs? Roger Goodell going up to the stage. Okay, Zaven Collins, not Zaven Collins. Alex Leatherwood. I didn't think Alex Leatherwood was a good fit for them, but that is an interesting pick. That Alex Leatherwood was one of those guys I was hoping would be available for the Bengals at 38. That's fine though, because there's a lot of guys I think that could fit with the Bengals at 38. I mean, there's a multitude of guys. Alex Leatherwood, he's gone now, but I mean, Tevin Jenkins, I still think he might go in the first round, but if he doesn't, that would be a great pick for us. Jalen Mayfield, I think, really fits the mold of what we're trying to go for. And even if we don't go for a tackle, I mean, we could go for somebody like Landon Dickerson. I mean, I know there's a lot of issues there, so maybe we won't. But Liam Eichenberg, again, injury issues, but I think there's a lot of different directions the Bengals could go. Okay, so I have been more opposed to other picks before than Alex Leatherwood. That's a fine pick. I don't know if he really fits their system super well, but he is super versatile, and the Raiders need whatever help they can get on the offensive line right now. Landon Dickerson, Quinn Miners, Quinn Miners, that's his name. Quinn Miners would be, I think, a decent interior lineman for the Bengals at 38. Wyatt Davis. I'm not a huge fan of dealing with that knee injury, but there's that. I keep seeing Kendrick Green, but I wouldn't want him at 38. Maybe Creed Humphrey. Wow, the Miami Dolphins already have their pick in. So who are they taking? I had them taking Micah Parsons, who's off the board. Could be an edge rusher. It's just like I actually think they have the exact same needs as the Raiders right now. So running back, offensive tackle, edge rusher. It could be any of those. My Dolphins fan friend wants Najee Harris, which understandable. Could this be the first edge rusher? It could be. This could be Jalen Phillips. It could be Azeez Ojulari. I think he fits more than some people think with the Miami Dolphins. I could even see Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah going here to potentially replace what they were hoping to get out of Kyle Van Noy. So who are the Dolphins taking at number 18?
The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips.
Oh, they got Jalen Phillips. Oh, no. Rip rest of the AFC East.
At some point in time, you just got to take him. He's talented. His athleticism shows up when you see him in space. His ability to redirect, get guys on the ground. You see the pass rush, you talk about him being the most accomplished in college. He doesn't stop. Now being bent at the top of his rush. He shows you the effort and grace. Here he is. His steps. He's got a cheap guess for the quarterback to do a comeback underneath. Finish the play. And had one of the best pass rushing pro days. When you talk to the coaches that were at this workout, that was as impressive as any pro day they've been to. He helped himself there, and that's why he's the first edge rusher off the board.
I will talk a lot about high school. This guy in high school is the best athlete I've seen come out of high school. This guy returned punts. This is a guy who's a defensive pass rusher and punt returner. He returned for a touchdown.
Okay, so I have been on record saying Jalen Phillips. I would take him. Like I said, as soon as like the top like blue chip prospects are off the board, I think Jalen Phillips could have been a blue chip prospect if it hadn't been for the injuries. So I think this has been a good draft for the Dolphins so far. Personally, I think they went and got Jalen Waddle because they wanted a familiar target for Tua, but they didn't want to take a chance on Devontae Smith's size, which I don't blame them at all. I actually think that was a right thing to do. And then Jalen Phillips, man, I understand you might be scared of him like not working out, and that's fair, but he could be nasty, man. If you get the most out of Jalen Phillips, it's over.
Take your ulcerative colitis treatment in a different direction. Talk to your doctor about Xeljanz, a pill, not an injection or infusion, for adults with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis. Xeljanz is the first therapeutic pill for moderate to severe UC. It can reduce symptoms in as early as 2 weeks, improve the appearance of the injection alignment, and provide lasting steroid-free remission. Xeljanz can never have the antifungal
The Dolphins right now, I think so far have just been having an outstanding draft. What is the nickname of Washington football team's head coach? Riverboat Ron. It's an absolutely outstanding draft. A+ selection to get Jalen Phillips at 18. Jalen Waddle was a very good pick as well at 6. I don't think it's quite of high quality of a pick as Jalen Phillips. But again, because like Jamar Chase was obviously the best receiver in the draft this year. But with Jamar Chase off the board, you basically are picking between Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith. You're not going for Devonta Smith because of, that weight problem, because he is just an absolute, liability because of his build. Jalen Waddle has been compared to Tyreek Hill. And I know there's a little bit more questions about what he, might be at the NFL level. There's more questions about like his productivity and stuff like that. But the thing about like Devontae Smith, yeah, he did great in college, but the NFL is a different game, and being that size, it doesn't really ever work out. It occasionally works out, but it's rare that it works out. So that was a hell of a that would be a hell of a risk to take that high. So I think Jalen Waddle was a much better selection. You need a really good wide receiver who can do a lot, and Jalen Phillips, man, home run in my opinion. If he works out. If he doesn't work out, then yeah, that would suck. And people will be talking about this for years to come. But right now, I gotta say, Jalen Phillips, wow. Getting Jalen Phillips at 18 doesn't get much better than that. Washington football team is now on the clock at pick number 19, and I had them in my mock draft trading up for Trey Lance. Trey Lance gone. Mac Jones, I can't believe he really did go in the first round. That's ridiculous to me. But there's no quarterbacks available now. So, it's just like, there's a lot of different ways that the Washington football team can go right now, but they're obviously not going quarterback. Might this be a replacement for Ryan Kerrigan? maybe one of those running linebackers I was talking about earlier, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, which would actually be the only linebacker, the top tier linebacker available at this point. Maybe try to go and get a little bit of help on the offense. There's offensive linemen available. You could even maybe see them going with a running back. Is this Christian Darrisaw? Is this Christian Darrisaw? Because I didn't think he'd be falling this far, really.
The 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky. Jamin Davis, this is somebody.
Did they really just take Jamin Davis with the 19th overall pick?
He was a one-year starter, didn't hurt earlier in his career. You want to talk about somebody who's twitched up. I saw Darius Leonard when I popped on his tape. He's tall, he's long, he's a little bit skinny.
Okay. You know what? As a Kentucky fan, as a Homer Kentucky fan, I got to say that Jamin Davis is probably the best player in the entire draft. And what an amazing pick for the Washington football team. But in reality, really, like Jamin Davis, how proven really is he? Man, I saw some people projecting him to fall as far as the fourth round. Because he's really talented, but he's just not he's not as proven as you would like. Now, I did say, linebacker, and this is probably the Ryan Kerrigan replacement. I get that, but that just seems like a reach to me. Just seems like a reach to me. And I'll be rooting my ass off for Jamin Davis. But it just seems like a reach to me. But now he's really, really good. I watched him play at Kentucky. Fantastic player. Wow. I did not think he was going to go that high.
This is the most fun film to watch. This guy was everywhere, sideline to sideline, quick explosive before he goes. There's a thing that linebackers have a great feel for. They're fast enough to go over the top, or fast enough to play from behind. You go back to highlight to the rubber down. The guy can go either way. It gets him out of your seat. He makes plays all over the field. This is a solid attack. I want to talk about the fastest member of the Washington football team that we saw today on Twitter. It was Tahoe the dog, who ran a 40-yard dash as posted by head coach Ron Rivera in support for Run Rich Run today. I just wanted to bring that up for Washington. Ron Rivera and his wife, and Tommy Snyder matched it. So I just wanted to bring that up. In fact, the Washington football team is congratulate them on this pick and thank them for their generosity in support of Run Rich Run for St. Jude. We'll be talking about that quite a bit over the next couple of days. Now the Giants are on the clock right now with 4 minutes and change.
Anyway, I like I said, I got to say, I love Jamin Davis. I will go to bat for him as much as I possibly can, except for the part where I just really did not expect him to go this high. Does he have the talent to be a first-round draft pick? Of course he does. But, when you just don't put it down enough, it's kind of like the opposite problem with Jalen Phillips, It's like, they have the same – they're both very talented, but with Jalen Phillips, it's like you saw the talent on display multiple times. You just worry if he could play because of, his injury history. With Jamin Davis – You don't have that worry. He's going to be able to get on the field, but it's just like you haven't seen enough of what he can do consistently to know if, are there any hiccups in his game, or is there is what you're seeing on tape going to be the product you get when he's a rookie in an NFL locker room? I wish him the best, and I hope the Washington football team gets the best out of him. I don't know if I would have taken him that high personally, but I get it. Trying to replace Ryan Shazier. What? Ryan Kerrigan. Ryan Shazier. Why on earth am I trying to? Why on earth is he on my mind? Anyway, trying to replace Ryan Kerrigan, but I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah might have been the better pick there, or at least the more sensible pick. Maybe Jamin Davis ends up being the better player, but I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is probably the more likely to end up being great.
I definitely don't think he gets past the Green Bay Packers. That's been kind of swirling around.
So the New York Giants are on the board now. I had them going Kwity Paye in my mock draft, but I also had them making that pick at number 11. I didn't expect them to trade down this far, but now that they have traded down this far, I think Kwity Paye makes even more sense because I thought it was a bit of a reach when I made that pick in my mock draft, but it's just who I thought that they were targeting. Primarily. Just because I think he fits what Dave Gettleman might be looking for, and I think Kwity Paye is just like an absolute athletic freak of a like stud freak like athlete kind of person. If he had like the production and the if he was able to show that he can put it all together, then he would have been one of those blue chip prospects. But you don't know exactly what you're getting with Kwity Paye. Now, again, we'll see who they go with, but I feel like edge rusher is a big deal for them in this draft. We'll see exactly what happens, but I feel like them trading down to 20 means that Kwity Paye pick probably makes a little bit more sense than not. All right, so who do we got picking for the New York Giants? Do we know? Pick is in, but they're taking forever to actually get to the stage. Oh, it's coming out now. I think that's Roger Goodell.
Some dude in the line, Lawrence Taylor gamer is up there. Here comes the commissioner of the National Football League. What does he have for Giants fans right here?
If he gives us a little Mick Jagger walk in the stand right now,
You can't get no satisfaction.
that's not a good omen. It's not a good omen.
It's like playing suspicious minds at a
I cannot figure out who that guy is. I mean, is he picking for the Giants or is he just hanging out? I guess Roger's going to announce it. All right, so Kwity Paye? Kadarius, wow. I did not even see wide receiver being. I didn't think that they were going to do that. Now, solid selection, solid player. I think the Green Bay Packers are looking at them right now and being like, "Oh, you bastards!" I think they wanted Kadarius Toney. But if he can make Kyle Trask look good, which honestly I think Kyle Pitts made Trask look good, but I think Kadarius Toney was definitely part of it. I think he can probably go a long ways towards helping out Daniel Jones, and if Daniel Jones can't put it all together with Kadarius Toney to throw to, I don't know. I think at that point it might be proof that it's time to move on from Mr. 10th overall pick. For whatever reason, I have no idea why they felt that he would be a good guy to take that high.
This is a big year for Daniel Jones to evaluate him. They've done their best. They invested in the offensive line last year. They're really trying to get him some more weapons. And man, if they keep Saquon Barkley healthy, this has a chance to be a much different offense next season.
Man, Kenny Golladay, they paid him a ton of money in free agency, so we'll see how it all works out for the New York Football Giants in 2021.
I can see what they're going for, but man, you gotta do something about that defensive line, like especially with Leonard Williams just not panning out the way he was supposed to. Now, I think maybe if you go get an edge rusher, maybe you compare him with Leonard Williams, and Leonard Williams ends up turning into the player that you'd hoped he would be. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a boom kind of thing.
The 2021 NFL Draft
I don't know. I hope for their sake that they end up going edge rusher at some point in this draft. But anyway, the Indianapolis Colts are still on the board, and the guy who I had projected them is still on the board, and that was Christian Darrisaw. There have been reports that Christian Darrisaw has been in contact with the Colts East Coast scout, and also he's really on board with the idea of being an Indianapolis Colt. So I would be, especially after going and getting Carson Wentz, somebody who you need to kind of help rebuild his confidence. I would be shocked, I think, at this point if they did not take Christian Darrisaw with the number 21 overall pick. So I'm not even going to go through a bunch of different options as to who this could be. I am going to go ahead and say I am expecting this to be Christian Darrisaw. So we'll find out. We will find out. Would you like to see interactive mode again next season? Yes, I enjoy this. This is cool. This is a good thing.
Every time I eat stuffed crust from Pizza Hut, I play this song.
Eat original stuffed crust backwards.
What did you say, Record?
Toppings, just 11. Nice and filling.
Amazing. The original stuffed crust, just $11.99. Only for Pizza Hut.
All right, so what do we got going on? Just watching Ice Cube do some stuff with Pizza Hut. I feel like I've been giving Pizza Hut a lot of free advertising on here. So, hey, Pizza Hut, if you want maybe give me a little bit of something back in return, I know literally only one person who's not me or Thomas has been watching this live stream, but you never know. This could turn into something. So why don't you throw a little something back to us? Maybe we throw a little something back to you. Maybe we go convince Jan to go eat at Pizza Hut. I mean, I've said it before. I hate their pizza, and maybe they won't give me any advertising because I said I hate their pizza. But I'll advertise all day for those goddamn breadsticks. I'll be a fiend for those fucking breadsticks, man. That's some delicious shit right there. I don't know how they make those fucking breadsticks with the fucking Parmesan cheese and what is it I don't think it's rosemary, oregano. I think they put fennel seeds on there too. Whatever's on there, it's goddamn delicious, and I fucking want some now. Goddamn. But I don't even know if they're open right now. It's 10:50 p.m. Even if it was, I probably shouldn't this late.
This past year has been so hard on so many communities around the country. My family and I are honored to be able to carry on Walter's legacy by using the NFL platform to help make a difference in the community. The One Night Youth Foundation has been helping tackle the issues of hunger and supporting children and families in need. These issues are more important today than they ever have. Tonight,
a lot of people really good point made actually about the Bears drafting Justin Fields. To the best of my knowledge, they promised Andy Dalton that he was going to be the starter. Now, granted, that could still be true. Andy Dalton could still be the starter, and they're hoping to develop Justin Fields. But again, I just feel like all they're really doing themselves. I feel like all they're doing is shooting themselves in the foot. I think Justin Fields is the kind of player who needs to be thrown in game one and needs to go to the right system. And I feel like both of those things are not true with the Chicago Bears. I feel like they're going to try to sit him and let him develop behind Andy Dalton. And also the coaching staff there doesn't know what to do with quarterbacks. So, rip Justin Fields. Poor Justin Fields went to an abysmal situation for him. Maybe he can get out of there and he can go have a good second half to his career. Who knows? I don't mean to bury the guy right away, but I do not think that was a smart pick at all. And I don't. It's not because I don't like Justin Fields. It's because I think the Bears are a terrible place for him.
They could have picked that up after the first year, right? I mean, do that. That's not where you do business.
What do we got going on? Colts pick is in. I wish you would go ahead and just tell us who you're picking. Which, again, as I said, Christian Darrisaw, the offensive tackle out of it wasn't Virginia Tech. Oh, it was Virginia Tech. Huh. Fuck me. Yeah, Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle, Virginia Tech. That is who I am picking to the Indianapolis Colts, and I would be shocked if it was anything else. Absolutely dumbfounded.
If only McAfee was here to fire up the crowd and make that choice like he did at the last in-person draft.
I'm just curious right now, by the way, are Les Snead and Sean McVay floating in the pool right now?
No, not a pool. They're staring at the Pacific Ocean in their Malibu house. I think they saw what Kingsbury had last year. They had enough of that. We see your bomb layer and we'll raise
And here comes Roger. Who you got, Roger? Who you got for us?
feeling good, Lewis.
And by the way, McAfee's still mad because Rocky usurped him on the pick in Indianapolis.
That's right. Here's the Colts pick.
With the 21st pick,
2021 NFL Draft,
the Colts select
the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, defensive end, Michigan.
All right, we see Kwity Paye here. He's my top edge rusher. So to get him right here, I think is tremendous value. They moved him all over the field at Michigan. I think he's going to benefit from staying in one spot on the edge.
Kwity Paye? Really? Wow. Man, I thought absolute certain I was going to be Christian Darrisaw, man. I cannot believe that. I mean, man, I really don't understand that. Like, I mean, I'm not saying edge rusher is like the most solid position on their entire team, but they had such a good pass rush last year. Well, actually, no, it wasn't so much the pass rush. They had such a good defense last year. I guess their thought process here is like bolster the one part of the defense that wasn't as good as the rest of the team, and then you could just have like an all-time great defense, maybe? Is that what they're going for? I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Kwity Paye is a good player. Again, though, I think this is one of those situations where maybe not the best pick for the team, even though they did get a good player. But you know what? I sort of see the thought process too. I definitely don't think this was the best pick of the night or anything like that. But one of those things where I think, you know, maybe like a D plus C minus pick. Like, I see the vision. I see what you're going for. I don't know if I agree, but okay. Yeah, probably C minus, I think. I'm not. I'll release draft grades later. But I think right now I'm leaning right around C minus because I can see the vision. I get it. I just don't. That would not have been my pick. Like, you gotta get that offensive line, you know, fixed up because you got Carson Wentz, man. Like, it's not like the Bengals being like, oh, we can go get other offensive linemen because, you know, Joe Burrow is such a stud and can handle blah 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 blah. No, dude, Carson Wentz is broken. If you guys are gonna rehab him, you've got to like protect him. And that Colts offensive line right now is not going to be doing enough protecting for Carson Wentz. Well, anyway, Titans are on the clock. I had them taking Greg Newsome the second, cornerback out of Northwestern. So I guess I'm sticking with that pick. I don't know who's on the board, like off the top of my head right now, but I do think Greg Newsome is probably the best remaining cornerback. You could probably say Caleb Farley, though. I had Caleb Farley going to the Cardinals, and they didn't take him. So maybe they go Caleb Farley here. I don't know. But I think Greg Newsome makes sense. Honestly, it's basically the same issue with Caleb Farley. You know, you've got a guy who, you know, can fit in a lot of different schemes. But because of injuries and stuff like that, there's there's some questions about, could they fit in the NFL? So I feel like basically Caleb Farley and Greg Newsome, it's kind of like, you could really kind of like either play. I mean, if I feel like it's just about which is the better player, and I think who the better player is Caleb Farley. So, I mean, unless the Titans disagree, or if they go a completely different position, but I would go. I think if I was the Titans right now, considering who is on the board available, I would go Caleb Farley. So let's see who the Titans go with. We got 2 minutes left before they run out of time. So, given the way all this shit's gone, they'll probably take the whole damn 2 minutes. Because, of course, they will.
Tennessee Titans are on the clock right now with less than 2 minutes to go. Right here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well.
Good stuff. Exciting. So, what do you think the Tennessee Titans are going to do with less than 2 minutes to go?
Well, I looked at offensive line across the board, and then defensively, last and third down, 30th in sacks. They went out and got budget free, but they could get some reinforcements.
Daniel Jeremiah seems to think that they're going to go with an edge rusher. Which, fair enough, that wouldn't be terrible. I could totally see them going with an edge rusher because, I mean, that pass rush was so bad last year. I mean, hell, the Bengals' offensive line took care of them. I mean, Azeez Ojulari's right there. I had him falling to the Jets with the very next pick. But, he could go here. Joe Tryon, Jason Oweh, Joseph Asai. I mean, there's options. I mean, hell, this would be a little early for him, but they could even go Christian Barmore. I don't know that they will, but they totally could.
Exactly. I think this is the Elijah Moore window. It's neighborhood. Elijah Moore, I don't know which house he's going to be in, but I know he's in this neighborhood right around here. To me, when you look at what you were just talking about there, with Caleb Farley,
all right, Titans got their pick in, and I am projecting Greg Newsome II, but I think I've been wrong. Like, I went on the first 15 picks or so, I was fucking nailing it, and I think I've gotten all of them wrong since then. But once you get down to like the 20s, it's really kind of hard to predict what's going to happen before it happens, because you just got like so many. You got so much. Like there's no real clear consensus at that point about who's the best guy available on the board, and not to mention you're dealing with teams that have been doing more winning than losing. So they don't necessarily need to go in like their need to go in certain directions isn't quite as bad. Those teams are going to be picking in like the top 10. So, this is definitely the part of the draft where it gets a lot harder to hit your mocks, which, makes it all the more fun when you do hit them at this point. So, let's see who they're taking. Who did I say? Greg Newsome. Greg Newsome II is who I'm projecting and who I projected in my mock. But let's see.
Will the commissioner join in right now? He might leave. Here we go. Go for it, commissioner. Good times.
What are they even doing? Just like hanging out, not doing anything. Oh, wow. Okay, Bucky Brooks. Okay. Shut up, Rich Eisen. I find Rich Eisen annoying. Am I the only one who finds Rich Eisen annoying?
With the 22nd pick
Anyway.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley.
Caleb Farley. All right. That's probably who I should have. I was close. I was close. I said Greg Newsome, and Caleb Farley is basically a more talented Greg Newsome. So, yeah. So I was close. I'm not going to count that one. I did mention Caleb Farley, but I didn't officially project Caleb Farley. So I'm not going to count that one, but I will say I was close on that one. So I feel I made a pretty solid analysis on that. I just picked the wrong player, which if I had really thought about it, I probably should have said Caleb Farley because he's objectively the better player. But I said Greg Newsome, so I'll admit that I'm not gonna take the dub when I didn't have a dub. But man, Caleb Farley, that's a really good one. That's a really good one because you are betting on his injury history not catching up to him. But if you win that bet, you get probably the best cornerback in the draft. Like 36.0 completion percentage allowed in coverage and etc. That's just 19 pass breakups, 6 interceptions in his career. Like this guy, like I said, if it hadn't been for the injuries, if it hadn't been for the the problems with this guy, he would have been, I think, a top 5 draft pick. He is that damn good. Caleb Farley is a fantastic player. Now let's see what happens in the NFL. Let's see how his development goes. Let's see how his do any of his injuries haunt him? You just don't know. But he is so good. He's just it's really hard to imagine him not.
Now remember, they're not programs; they're TV shows. You woke up early.
I thought the Cardinals were going to bite on him after losing Patrick Peterson because I think he's got Patrick Peterson level talent. But they didn't, and the Titans were a team that needed a cornerback. So Vikings are on the clock. Who's your favorite Vikings player selected in the first round? Obviously Randy Moss. Like Randy Moss is one of my favorite players of all time, period. Like across the board. Like I fucking love Randy Moss. I think it's cool as hell that the Bengals got his son on their team now. And he's good friends with Joe Burrow. Man, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and Thad Moss. Man, we're just LSU North now, right? That's what's going on. Can we win a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow throwing to Thad Moss? Maybe. Got to fix the offensive line. And we got to fix the defensive line. Although, actually, really, I think honestly, if we fix the offensive line, we could probably get away with having a mediocre defense. I mean, we went out and got Trey Hendrickson. That ain't nothing. See what exactly happens. Who's next? The Minnesota Vikings. I had them originally taking Elijah Vera Tucker, number 14. They end up trading that pick to. Who did they trade that to? I forget, but whoever they traded that pick to ended up taking Elijah Vera Tucker at that position. So, which I counted as a win for myself. So now,
When I first saw Turtle, my heart was full. Now anything.
could this be Christian Darrisaw? Because I really feel like offensive line is a big problem for them.
Every day with Turtle is a perfect day. When I'm holding her, it makes me feel calmer.
I think everything he does shows how much he loves us.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover.
I mean, you got I feel like Ezra Cleveland is super versatile. So, I mean, he could go inside, he could go outside. And since the best prospects left are all tackles, I think you got to go get one of those tackles. And I think this could be the Christian Darrisaw pick. I mean, I'm surprised he fell this far as much as anything, but I mean, it could be Christian Darrisaw. It could be Sam Cosmi. I don't think Sam Cosmi is going to go this high, but he could. Who else? I mean, it could be Tevin Jenkins. I would be so sad if Tevin Jenkins didn't make it to the Bengals. But you never know. Christian Darrisaw. Yeah, I gotta imagine it's gonna be Christian Darrisaw. That's got to be the guy. You know what? What about a curveball here? How about Liam Eichenberg? I mean that's a guy I don't even think is going to go in the first round, but I mean he totally could if somebody sees that potential. I think the injuries history is kind of a problem, but anyway, I think I'm going to project this is going to be Christian Darrisaw. It seems like it'd have to be. Mac Jones is comparing himself to Tom Brady. Oh. Shut up. All right. I will say one thing. Mike Zimmer loves taking cornerbacks, and that's totally they could totally take Greg Newsome here if they decide not to go with offensive line. Mike Zimmer loves taking cornerbacks in the first round, and Greg Newsome is currently available. So I could totally see them going cornerback here, but I still think I'm going to say Christian Darrisaw. Yep, Christian Darrisaw. Do I count that one as a correct pick? I had them taking an offensive lineman in the mock, and I did say Christian Darrisaw before they did it, so I think I can count that one. I think Jan would let me count that one. I guess technically I didn't get it right in my mock, but I later on got it right before they made the pick. So okay, so maybe I can't count that one as a win, but I think I can count that as proof that I make good picks. Just had to adjust a little bit after they traded down. But I still think Elijah Vera-Tucker would have been who they would have been targeting at 14 if they hadn't decided, if they hadn't found a suitable trade down partner. I think it's a good pick, though. The Vikings definitely need to beef up their offensive line. Good on Mike Zimmer for not falling into the cornerback trap, because that was, I think, one of the biggest problems. I always felt like one of the biggest criticisms I had against him when he was the Bengals defensive coordinator is I felt like he just overvalued cornerbacks too much. Steelers are on the clock. I had them taking Najee Harris in my mock. I still have them taking Najee Harris because they are a arrogant franchise who don't know how to actually self-evaluate, I don't think. So maybe I'm big dumb. I don't know, but I think they're going to take Najee Harris. I love the fact that Cleveland is booing the shit out of Steelers fans right now. Man, I got to tell you what, like all y'all Browns fans, you guys have been making it awful hard for me to hate you. Like, I mean, I am a Bengals fan, and I will not root for the Browns like on principle because they're a rival team. But man, the way y'all have been taking it to the Steelers makes it hard to hate you. Makes it hard to hate you. Y'all keep doing that, and maybe you might make a convert. I don't know. You won't, but maybe.
That's not enough, and I can understand that sort of greed, that sort of attitude. You have to appreciate that sort of moxie here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Pittsburgh Steelers taking Najee Harris. That is my prediction. I don't really have any analysis here. I just think the Steelers, they feel like the reason that they didn't win last year is because their running game gave out. But I don't think they realize that their running game gave out because their offensive line situation is a mess.
The chicken or egg thing, right? You take the offensive line to help the run game, or you take the running back to help the run game. They've got their pick. All the backs are
You got. I feel like they could upgrade a quarterback. Although, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to take Kyle Trask at this point, like. But I feel like running back would just would be the exact wrong pick for them personally. But I also think that's what they're going to do. They're fist bumping. Steelers made their selection. Roger Goodell is right there, and they are taking.
With the 24th pick in the 2021 NFL
Who are the Steelers taking?
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee.
They really took a running back. That is beautiful. Oh, you arrogant bastards. Oh, you arrogant bastards. Oh my God. I cannot wait to see urinating trees reaction to this. Like, you cannot be serious. You really think taking a running back is going to solve your problems? What an absolute fucking joke. What a joke. Oh my God. I mean, okay, first of all, I want to confirm I think Najee Harris is a great running back. I even think he could maybe do some really good things in Pittsburgh. But he is absolutely not going to solve your problems. This is a bad pick, not because Najee Harris is a bad player. And I mean, I'm going to hate him for years, but Najee Harris is a fine player, but you're not building your team the right way. So,
in his career, this was one of the more impressive plays from the running back you're ever going to see when he goes with the high hurdle against Notre Dame and then runs away from everybody else. Out of the backfield, he's out to route, pivot routes, high routes. You can get him up the rail. You can do a lot of things to Najee Harris in the passing game. Watch him adjust to this one down the field. Ben Roethlisberger,
I love so much that they took a running back in the first round. I'm so happy because they just because they don't understand, and this is more proof that they don't understand. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. I love it. What a terrible pick that I love. What a terrible, terrible pick that I just love. Matt Forte, huh? Yeah, that kind of shit works in 2021.
Both of them run and are physical runners and get and break down defenses. Where Harris upgrades it is passing the football. Franco had the natural inception. I think this worked out really well for him. It was a similar size. I got to down defenses within 3 seconds. Now, how about that for the Alabama back? Najee Harris, Derrick Henry, Harvey. And the strange part was, Henry was coming down. Only had one season of domination at Alabama. Now, I know that's not.
I am predicting that Najee Harris ends up being one of the most underrated players in the NFL for many, many years to come because the Steelers won't be able to do anything around him. And he'll be one of those guys who like constantly feels like he's getting snubbed from the Pro Bowl because the team around him just, doesn't help him enough to get in position. All right, Jaguars are on the clock, and I had them taking Trayvon Merrick, the safety out of TCU, who, in my opinion, is the only safety worth taking in the first round. As I said in my mock draft, I feel like the Jaguars like their safeties, but nobody would be a better upgrade in the secondary for the Jaguars with who's currently on the board than Merrick. Maybe they could take Greg Newsome because I'm surprised that he's still on the board, but
I can never decide. I haven't spoken of the past flights with no change fees, so I can go with the flow and see where the line takes me. Tonight is
from Miami Dolphins zone, I know this is one of those what else are they going to say deals, But I'm told and truly believe the Dolphins wanted Jalen Waddle all along over Devontae Smith and Jamar Chase. Yes, they assumed Chase would be gone, but they wanted Waddle over him regardless. And so Miami got its guy. And I believe that because Jamar Chase, part of the reason I think the Bengals wanted Jamar Chase so badly is because he had that previous connection with Joe Burrow. The same goes for Jalen Waddle. Now, obviously, they wanted him over Devontae Smith because they picked him over Devontae Smith. But I think they would have wanted him over Jamar Chase because I think they feel that he has just as much potential as Jamar Chase. Maybe not exactly the same, but almost as much. And he's got that previous connection with Tua. So I totally believe that the Dolphins wanted Jalen Waddle all along.
Rich Eisen is running the 40 to benefit St. Jude. This year, he's bringing along a few tracks. Miss Rich's Fun, Saturday during the draft, only on NFL Network. Here. And it's the class. We're here for the Thursday night throwdowns. I like it all Sunday breakdown. He's going
I think the only player who the Dolphins would have taken over Jalen Waddle is Kyle Pitts. I think the big thing with them, like you got to remember, they had the number 3 overall pick. They could have, if they wanted Jamar Chase, they could have gotten Jamar Chase, but they didn't. They took that trade down. They traded back up to make sure that they still got Jalen Waddle because I think they felt like the Eagles would probably take it from them if they didn't. So I feel like the only player that the Dolphins would have taken over Waddle was Kyle Pitts. But there was no way that they were going to be. I think, well, even then, if you'd stayed at 3, you could have gotten Kyle Pitts. But I don't know. I think okay, so the Jags, I had them taking Trayvon Merrick, and I still think that could be the pick, but I also think it could be Greg Newsome, just because Greg Newsome is still on the board. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still on the board. I think could be a pick for the Jaguars. It'd be a bit of a they'd be building the hell out of that linebacker core, but I think they could do it to possibly replace with the 25th pick.
2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Travis, wow. 2 running backs in the first round. Travis Etienne, huh? Okay. So Travis Etienne, roommates with Trevor Lawrence, right? I get that. I also get that James Robinson isn't necessarily like you can't necessarily rely on James Robinson to be an every down back who just is awesome and like Pro Bowl worthy every single year if you just keep riding him into oblivion. So going and getting another guy to pair with him could potentially give you a really good backfield. And then you got Trevor Lawrence, but I don't know. It is a really taking a running back like that is a really sexy pick, right? But I mean, you still need like an X receiver. I mean, like you went out and got Marvin Jones. That's great. So he's a good flanker. DJ Chark is fine, but I mean, you still need somebody to really. You still really need somebody to stretch the field, and not stretch the field like in the typical sense of somebody who can just like a speed burn everything out into oblivion. But you need somebody who can like basically go up and get those big catches, and I mean, you're building that offense. I get that, but man, the Jags need some defensive help. I don't know where they're going to get it at this point. Which band from Cleveland were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2020? Black Sabbath, Foo Fighters, The Killers, Nine Inch Nails. I didn't know any of them were from Cleveland. Are the Foo Fighters from Cleveland? Were they even? I feel like I remember them being recently inducted into the Hall of Fame. So I'm going to go with the Foo Fighters. It wasn't Black Sabbath. It was 9 Inch Nails. I didn't know that. I also didn't know that they were in the Hall of Fame. Interesting. All right, so I had the Browns taking. I got to say the only pick so far that has just Zaven Collins was a weird pick, but the only pick that is truly I didn't see coming at all, like in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Travis Etienne to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 25. That was weird. I'm very confused. Anyway, Cleveland Browns, I had them taking Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher out of Miami. He is not on the board anymore. So, I mean, my guess would be they're still looking to add an edge rusher. Azeez Ojulari is still there. Surprisingly enough, that was the guy who early on, I think a lot of people had being projected to the Browns, and then it looked like he wasn't going to fall all the way to the Browns, but now he has fallen to the Browns. So maybe they take Azeez Ojulari here. That would be interesting. So yeah, if I had to wager a guess, I'm going to say probably Azeez Ojulari to the Browns here. And I would love to get Thomas's opinion. But I haven't heard from him in a while. Let me see if I can get Thomas to reply here.
Hosting of an NFL draft for the Browns. And interestingly enough, thanks to there being, 7 teams that got in last year, there were 60.
I don't know if he's going to respond, but it would be pretty cool to get his live reaction, because I mean you didn't really get much of a interesting live reaction from me because I'd known it's going to be Jamar Chase for a month at this point. Good pick, but not particularly surprising. The Cleveland Browns, like I said, I think it's going to be Azeez Ojulari based on based on the way I had my mock and based on who's currently available.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for underserved students across the country.
Who do we got?
We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of Draftathon to bridge the divide. Maya Tomoto and her class at Shaw High School here in Cleveland have faced this challenge during remote learning. She has worked overtime to assist other students, not only preparing and distributing computers, but teaching other students how to use them.
Oh, that's awful cool.
To introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
All right, so Maya, why don't you tell us who the Cleveland Browns are selecting? The best. Just make the fucking pick. Okay.
We have Gregory Newsome II,
Greg Newsome. That's who Thomas wanted. Thomas was talking about him on the podcast. All right. So me and Thomas both managed to basically predict who our teams were taking on the podcast before any of this ever happened. So that is an interesting pick. That's a really good pick too. Like he said, Denzel Ward is a good player, but he needs some help. Greg Newsome II, I think, can really help out and give some really good secondary help to the Browns on a defense that was, definitely had some weak spots, and I think that was one of their big weak spots. So I didn't think – I will say I did think that he was certainly a possibility to the Browns at number 26 if he made it. However, I had him going to the Titans at 22, so I didn't think he was going to quite make it to the Browns. I did think that he might go to the Browns if he makes it that far. And in this case, he did. So good on you, Thomas. You made a pick for the Browns that turned out to be correct. And I kind of wish I could get a hold of you right now to get you to come on here and talk about it. But I understand he's having fun in the draft right now. I'd be doing the same thing. I probably wouldn't be responding at all. So yeah, we'll talk to him about it next time we see him. Maybe I can get a hold of him. Maybe I can have him make a draft reaction video that we can just release on the channel. Who knows? Might go ahead and do like draft grades with him or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But Greg Newsome II, like I said, there's between him and Caleb Farley, they kind of seem like kind of the same kind of player. The biggest issue is those injury concerns. So, I mean, if he can actually get in and stay healthy with the Browns, they could be very, very, very dangerous tandem between him and Denzel Ward. But the key there is staying healthy. The key there is he's got to – the key with Greg Newsome is he's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay on the field. He's actually got to do what, he's got to be there to play, essentially. And because of his injuries, he hasn't quite developed to the full extent of what he's capable of. But with good coaching, and I think Cleveland has good coaching, with good coaching, being put in a good system, learning behind Denzel Ward, I think, the Browns have a lot of potential to get the most out of him. So Azeez Ojulari still on the board, weirdly enough. The Baltimore Ravens are on the board, and the best edge rusher on the board is Azeez Ojulari. However, I am not going to project Azeez Ojulari to the Baltimore Ravens because I am almost certain that I think they're going to take an offensive lineman with the 31st pick that they got from the Kansas City Chiefs. But I think that with this pick, they're going to take Joe Tryon, the edge rusher out of Washington. Azeez Ojulari, great player, but I think Joe Tryon fits what they are so perfectly. He's basically a Matt Judon clone. And, I mean, the Ravens just lost Matt Judon to the Patriots. So, I mean, can you imagine losing Matt Judon and then getting a replacement who basically is Matt Judon, and also you don't have to pay Matt Judon? Like, I think they probably would have gone for Jalen Phillips if Jalen Phillips had made it this far, but he didn't. He didn't even really come close, not nearly as close as I thought he was going to come. But I think this is going to be Joe Tryon, the edge rusher out of Washington. And while I don't think he's the best edge rusher available, I do think he's the best fit for the Baltimore Ravens here. And fit matters. As we've been seeing in this draft, fit is a big part of why certain teams are going with certain players. More coffee. But luckily, we're at pick 27, so we only have like 5 more picks to go. So hopefully I can just go ahead and get through this without having to take another coffee break. We'll find out. Stay tuned, all you 0 people who are watching the stream right now. But possibly you people who might watch it later. I don't know. I occasionally go out there and I occasionally watch live streams after they happen. I don't know. Anyway, point being, Joe Tryon, I think, is the pick for the Ravens. The pick is in, and looks like they're getting back now. So I think Roger Goodell is going to be about ready to go up there and make the pick. Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence back together. Now, I mean, I get the logic. It's not a terrible idea to only rely on James Robinson for a running game. I just feel like they got so many more issues. But, we'll see. We'll see. I think Travis Etienne, I thought, was the best running back available in the draft this year. So if you're going to draft any running back in the first round, might as well be him. Steelers went out and got Najee Harris, which, again, I think Najee Harris is good. I don't think he's as good as Travis Etienne. But anyway, looks like the Ravens, looks like Goodell's, I think, getting ready to go out there for the Ravens. Seeing some dancing Buccaneers fans. Now some dancing Ravens fans. Is that a Kyle Bowler jersey? Or is that Justin Tucker? What number is Justin Tucker? No, he's number 9. So number 8. Is that a Kyle Bowler jersey? Booing the Ravens. Yep. Not as hard as they booed the Steelers, though. Wow. They went receiver. That's another thing that I thought they could have done. I didn't think that they'd go receiver in the first round because of just the availability of receivers. But Rashad Bateman is a guy who I had going. Like I said, I think the Lions. I had him going to the Lions at number 19. So, pretty good value. Rashad Bateman. He's the Ravens need weapons. That's the main thing, and they need somebody with the talent of Rashad Bateman. He can play. He can play off the edge. He can play pretty much anywhere you want to put him for the most part. And the Ravens really just the Ravens just need weapons. And it's really hard for them to go get weapons right now because I think, a lot of wide receivers don't really, a lot of free agent wide receivers don't want to come there right now, which is very different from what it has been the case in the past. But I don't think receivers want to go there right now because they don't throw the ball nearly as much. They're a big running game. So you pretty much got to go get somebody in the draft. And I thought that they might wait until the second round, but fair enough. I guess they saw the value in wide receiver better than they saw the value in edge rusher at this point in the draft. I mean, honestly, I feel like if Joe Tryon doesn't go to the Ravens at number 27, there's a possibility he could fall all the way to the Ravens at their next pick in the second round. So you still might see him going there. So the New Orleans Saints are now on the clock, and I had them going with Eric Stokes, the cornerback out of Georgia. Partly because they need cornerback, and he was the best cornerback available at that point. It's starting to look like Greg Newsome was going to fall, but he just got picked up by the Browns. So
they all deserve care and access to the vaccine.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Eric Stokes. If he doesn't go to the Saints, he's not going in the first round. I don't see any of the other teams in the first round picking him. Part of that is because I don't see him as particularly versatile. I think he fits really well in the Saints zone heavy scheme. But I don't think he really fits with a lot of other teams quite as well. So if he's going in the first round at all, this is the team that he's going to go to. I mean, I know they got Marshawn Lattimore, but they might not have Marshawn Lattimore for very much longer. And you can't really go get a quarterback at this point. I mean, you can, but why would you do that? I mean, you're not going to go get Jamie Newman. You're not going to go get Kyle Trask. You're not going to go get that other guy whose name I keep forgetting for whatever fucking reason. I said it earlier, but yeah, Eric Stokes I think is going to be the pick here. Now I obviously haven't been right about a pick since I went on a run of the first 15 fucking picks. Well, first 14 picks, sorry. And then I thought the Colts were going to get Christian Darrisaw at 15, and then ever since then, I don't think I've hit a single one. Christian Darrisaw, nope. Caleb Farley, nope. Zaven Collins, nope. Micah Parsons, nope. Rashad Bateman, nope. Alex Leatherwood, nope. Jeremiah Wuzu-Koramoah still hasn't gone, by the way. He's probably the best player available on the board. Greg Newsome, nope. Azeez Ojulari, still available, nope. Najee Harris. I was right about Najee Harris. There you go. So I have gotten quite a few picks right, but I've gotten most of them wrong since pick 14. But I did get Najee Harris right. Trayvon Merrick still on the board. Got him wrong. Jalen Phillips. I had him going too low apparently to the Cleveland Browns. Joe Tryon. Wrong. So let's see if I can get Eric Stokes right. Eric Stokes. Let's see what we got going on here. Looks like the pick is in, so the Saints already know who they're picking. And like I said, I think it's going to be Eric Stokes once again. But you don't know. Looks like they're back from commercial now. So the second and third round is tomorrow at 7. So I talked about potentially live streaming this. I might. Work's been brutal most of the last couple of weeks, but it's been really not so bad this week. So if I get off at a reasonable time again, I might live stream the draft tomorrow at 7. We'll see what happens. I might maybe not the whole maybe not the whole draft. I don't know. I might not live stream at all, honestly, because if I live stream the Bengals pick, I gotta live stream the Browns pick too, right? And then I gotta just wait through the whole damn thing. But then again, the picks go faster in the second round, and they go even faster than that in the third round. So I don't know. I might live stream the whole thing. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. Honestly, I'll announce what's going on either Facebook or Twitter or probably both. Not that anybody's even watching now, but we'll see it. Oh, yep. Hey, Thomas is here. Yes, you did, Thomas. You did call it. So as I'm telling Thomas here, me and him both correctly predicted who the Bengals and Browns are taking on the podcast. Now, I was wrong about the Browns pick in the mock draft. However, Jalen Phillips also wasn't available when the Browns picked at that point. So, all right, Saints are picking Hayden Turner. Wow. That is not a name I expected. Is Azeez Ojulari still available and Peyton Turner's already taken? Wow. I mean, are you really just taking, how well he played at the Senior Bowl that seriously? I mean, why not just take Taron Jackson at that point? I mean, okay, this early. I'm not saying, Peyton Turner is as good of a equal prospect to Taron Jackson or anything like that. That'd be a little ridiculous. But I mean, a lot of why he's gone so high in a lot of people's minds lately is because of how well he performed at the Senior Bowl. So, I mean, he's a really good player. I was thinking maybe he'd be a good guy for the Bengals to pick up in the third round, though. First round seems a little early for him. Ooh, and the Packers pick is already in. So before they make their selection, I want to say that I had Kadarius Toney picked. So that's probably not happening. Will Packers fans riot if they don't take a wide receiver? I don't know because I don't know what receivers are even available at this point. Well, there's De'Ami Brown. So might they take De'Ami Brown or Elijah Moore? I've heard Elijah Moore predicted to them a lot. Let's see who's available. You got fucking CBS, man. Wide receiver rankings. You got Jamar Chase gone, Smith gone, Waddle gone, Bateman gone, Elijah Moore still available, Terrace Marshall. That's actually Terrace Marshall. That's another guy who I've seen possibly mocked to the Packers, who I think actually the Packers should probably go for him because he can play on the outside. Now, I mean, he's primarily a slot guy, which, you know, I think Terrace Marshall has that kind of versatility that could really work well with like paired up with Devontae Adams. Who am I gonna pick? Because I had Kadarius Toney, De'Ami Brown. You know what? I'm just like, you only live once. That's a dumb thing to say right now, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I might be wrong, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm gonna predict that the Green Bay Packers are gonna take Terrace Marshall Jr., wide receiver from LSU, with the 29th pick. So I do think they're gonna take a wide receiver. It just comes down to which one. A lot of people are saying Elijah Moore. There's Rondale Moore. I've heard Rondale Moore talked about. De'Ami Brown's another one that I talked about, but I think it's going to be Terrace Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, I would queue up a little in excess what you want right now and give Aaron what he wanted here. Give him some more help along that on the offense. It seems weird to say that because he's an MVP. Obviously, the offense has plenty of good pieces there. But it's
all right, so yep, I'm going to go ahead. I am saying Terrace Marshall Jr., which if he does go in the first round, that'd be interesting. That Joe Burrow created 3 first-round wide receivers. Now, okay, not to say that Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and possibly Terrace Marshall are not all worthy of being like all talented. And actually, yeah, talent-wise, Terrace Marshall is absolutely worthy of being a first-round player. So obviously it wasn't all Joe Burrow, but at the same time, you know, part of the reason that all 3 of these guys went in the first round is because of what they were able to do alongside Joe Burrow in that LSU offense. So, again, I don't know if it is going to be Terrace Marshall Jr., but if he does, then that says a lot about that LSU offense that the Bengals are trying to recreate in the NFL. Too bad they don't have Joe Brady. Which, man, he's an offensive coordinator right now. I mean, you could have, said sayonara to Brian Callahan and gone, I don't know. With the 29th pick, the Packers select Eric Stokes. Yeah. Interesting. So do they just not care about wide receiver? Maybe after those demands that Aaron Rodgers just made about trying to about being unhappy with the Packers, this is probably just gonna make him more unhappy. You don't want to go get me a wide receiver, huh? I wonder how Tom Grossi feels about this, man. Eric Stokes isn't even necessarily a first round talent. I mean, he's good, but again, he's not versatile, and I don't know if he really fits with the Packers scheme. I don't know. I don't agree with this pick. I don't know what the Packers are doing, unless they're just trying to piss Aaron Rodgers off, trying to get him to agree to a trade, or trying to get him to request a trade or something like that. Because I don't know. Do the Packers just hate Aaron Rodgers? I don't. Yeah, I don't like that pick. I don't like that pick at all. I do not like that pick. That is a bad pick. That is not.
The defensive players that were on the draft board when they took Jordan Love was another aspect of the pick that made it a head scratcher. Certainly when the sound of Raheem Mostert hitting his head on the Santa Clara goalposts.
I don't get it. Anyway, Buffalo Bills are next on the pick. Next on the board. I had them taking Jason Oweh, the edge rusher out of Penn State. I still think they go edge rusher, but I think it's going to be Azeez Ojulari because I mean, Azeez, is he really going to fall out of the first round? And Azeez, he's just again is another one of those. He's kind of like the Kwity Paye thing, where he's like he's athletic. He's got the right motor. He's got good effort. He's got good body control. He's a great player. He just didn't quite have the production that you like to see, and he lacks some of those key features that prevents him from being like the real standout talent of this year's draft. So, I mean, in my mock, I had Jason Oweh. It could still be Jason Oweh. I mean, the Bills really need edge rusher help, right? Because, they're getting old. Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison are both nearing the end of their careers and both about to be free agents. So it's got to be an edge rusher, right? I cannot believe that Azeez Ojulari is falling this far. But he is, and he's available, and I think he'd be a better pick for them than Oweh at this current point in time. Could be Greg Rousseau too. I think Greg Rousseau falls out of the first round personally, but it could be Greg Rousseau.
Year one. He is basically this is the team to beat in the AFC East for this year.
Team to beat the Buffalo Bills. That is such a weird thing to say, but it's true. It's true. The Bills did fairly well last year, and they got the most established quarterback in the division. And they seem to be the team that's got it the most together right now. So yeah, the Bills are the team to beat. That's so weird. So, like I said, edge rusher, I'm going to project Azeez Ojulari. In my mock, I had Jason Oweh. Let's see what happens. Let us see what happens.
A lot of that was scheme. A lot of that was what they wanted to do. Go to the offensive order, Brian Daboll.
Ooh. Tom Grossi's got a new Packers fan reacting to Aaron Rodgers wanting to leave video. I'm not trying to sit here and advertise for Tom Grossi. I'm a big fan of his, and that could be a funny video. Definitely interesting. Wonder how he feels about the Eric Stokes pick. Can't imagine that. Can't imagine that works.
Fun offense to watch. You drop Javonte Williams in there. Go to another level.
Stephon Diggs was just tremendous in that side of him, staring at the Lamar Hunt Trophy ceremony going down in front of him, in Kansas City, where he stayed on the field to look at it, soak it in, and use it as fuel for this coming season. And the fact that we're hoping to get as many fans back in the stadium, and that season took place without fans essentially being there until the very end of the playoffs. You can only hope to see it this year once again for the Bills and their passionate fan base. Let's see who the 30th overall pick is.
All right. So Roger Goodell is going up to the podium. Like I said, I think it's going to be Azeez Ojulari, but we'll see. I would love to see during this pick Roger Goodell just dive headfirst through the podium and like
The Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau.
Gregory Rousseau. Okay, so it is an edge rusher. Gregory Rousseau makes sense. I can see that. I thought it would be Jason Oweh, but and now I thought so. Like they must just the NFL just must not like Aziz. Like I don't know why. I think he's a really good player. I don't understand, but I think that was the last team that might possibly go edge rusher though. So I definitely don't think.
This kid opted out this year.
Well, Baltimore could still go edge rusher.
COVID, it was very real to Gregory Rousseau. That's why he opted out. Want to take care of his mother. So he goes to his pro day, does not have a great pro day. There's some doubt he could slide. He was my top edge rusher. I put him as my number 2 guy. You're looking at somebody who's a high school safety and wide receiver. He's just figuring this whole thing out. In 1 year as a starter at Miami, at 15 and a half sacks, he didn't even really know what he's doing. So to me, when you have his size, his length, and that production,
The Ravens could still go edge rusher. They got Rashad Bateman in the other pick. It would make more sense for them to go get like an offensive tackle though, just because they got this pick from trading Orlando Brown. Then again, maybe they feel like they can just kind of skirt it because of like the depth in the offensive line this year. And since they really need an edge rusher. So, I mean, I had this pick pegged as Sam Cosmi, the offensive tackle out of Texas. I still think it could be that. But if they do opt to go edge rusher, I'm going to die on that Joe Tryon making sense in Baltimore train, man. Like, might be a little bit of a reach for him right now, but I think he makes sense in Baltimore. But then again, maybe offensive tackle. Maybe they feel like they can go get an edge rusher later on. But then again, I feel you could say the same thing about offensive line. You know, maybe you could probably go get another good offensive lineman later either too.
Despite not a lot of experience, you can reduce him inside and you clear the dance floor. What that means is you're going to fan out the protection and you're going to find somebody.
All right, so pick number 31, you got Sam Cosmi. By the way, I feel like I probably didn't do enough justice to Gregory Rousseau as he's been picked now.
But guess what? Check out the tape. There it is. There's Gregory Rousseau. These are the type of things that you see, right?
I think the main thing about Gregory Rousseau is I feel like part of I feel like I'm not as high on Gregory Rousseau as a lot of people are. I think he's great, but I think he benefited from Miami, you know. Not to mention there's he broke his ankle 2018, opted out of 2020, and he didn't really look all that developed in 2019. I don't know. I feel like you're really taking a flyer on this guy, and that's the main reason why I thought he could have. I feel like I feel like this is a guy who could. Again, this is one of those guys I feel like could be a late bloomer and might end up being a better player for the team that didn't draft him than the team that did draft him. Now, Buffalo's a good system. Buffalo's well coached. I feel like that Buffalo defensive. I mean, edge rusher was definitely a good direction to go for the Bills. I wonder if Rousseau was the right move, but I mean, he also could go in different directions too. I mean, you don't have to play him purely on the edge. I don't know. I feel like that was. I don't feel like Rousseau is really worth the shot in the first round. But that's my opinion. Moving on back to the Ravens. it could be offensive tackle. It seems like it should be offensive tackle since they got this pick via trading Orlando Brown. But they also really need an edge rusher. That's a bigger deal, I think, for them. And I mean, they do still have Ronnie Stanley. And there's a lot of offensive line depth in this draft. So I really feel like this pick could be an edge rusher. And I would almost wait. I would almost go as far as to say this pick should be an edge rusher. Again, in my mock, I had them taking Sam Cosmi. But I'm until they pick Joe Tryon, I'm just gonna keep saying they should take Joe Tryon. I feel like, well, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say they should take Joe Tryon because I think he fits too well, and maybe I don't want them to take that because Bengals have to play him twice a year. But if I'm being honest, I think that would be the right pick for them.
The original stuff price, just $11.99. No one else beats it.
Go with us and find millions of flexible options. All in all, Expedia. It matters who you travel with.
Justin Baker.
The number one high school trip is committed to play for Georgia.
Sometimes think I'm playing for Wayne Landis. So what? He's the quarterback that you feel is transferring to Ohio State. Things didn't work out. Seems like you always find a way. And that's just going to allow you to put your own stamp on the league.
Ravens got their pick in.
I can't wait to see what you do.
I'm genuinely curious as to who they're taking here because I told you who I think that it should be, but there's a lot of different directions that they could go. There's a lot of really good players available on the board. I hope they take the one that makes the least sense for them because my team has to play them twice a year. But other than that, you know. Not digging these commercials. Wish we would just go ahead and get to the pick. Looks like we're about to go ahead and get on the podium here. Jason Oweh. Okay, so that Jason Oweh is a very similar, I feel, to Joe Tryon. I thought Joe Tryon fit their system better, but Jason Oweh is another one of those stand-up offensive linebacker edge rusher types. I thought the Bills were going to end up with him, but I think he also fits the Ravens' 3-4 defensive system. I don't think he quite measures up to he'll be replacing Matt Judon. I don't think he quite measures up to exactly who Matt Judon was the way Joe Tryon does. But if the Ravens feel like Jason Oweh is the better player, then maybe they're willing to work around a little bit of the differences in what he brings than what Matt Judon brought. Which, I mean, maybe they're wanting to go in a different direction anyway. Maybe that's why they didn't re-sign him. Maybe it wasn't just the money. I don't know. But I would say that's not a bad pick. That's definitely a good player. Good player at a position of need for them. I think they could have made a better pick with Joe Tryon. But B plus. I think they could have gotten an A if they had taken Joe Tryon, but I'd give him a B plus for that one. So we are now on to the final pick of the 2021 NFL Draft's first round. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who have got to be the biggest wild card in the entire draft this year. Because you have no clue. Oh, their pick's already in. You have no clue what direction they're going to go because they're returning all of their starters from the Super Bowl team. So I picked Christian Barmore mainly because, again, the same idea of the Bills going with an edge rusher. Your starters are aging rapidly. You got Ndamukong Suh and William Golston will both be over 30 when the season starts, and both of them are going to be free agents at the end of the year. So I think it'd be Christian Barmore. It could be. Now, I mean, I've heard some people think he's uncoachable, but maybe Bruce Arians doesn't think that. But this could be anything. It really could. Buccaneers select Joe Tryon. Now that I actually am a little surprised by that one. I don't think he quite fits what they need. I think edge rusher was their least needed position. But okay. Fine. That's fine. That, like I said, they can go pretty much literally the Buccaneers could draft literally anybody in the entire draft and it would make perfect sense. So, all right. So, guys who I predicted would go in the first round, who did not go in the first round. Let's see. See. I think my first 14 picks were all, let's see, 15, 16. Saving Colin. Yep. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still on the board. Probably the best player left on the board. I don't know how he fell out of the first round, but he's a special player. I mean, I don't understand. Actually, I literally do not understand how he fell out of the first round. I don't get it. Azeez Ojulari, another guy I think deserved to go in the first round, did not for whatever reason. Trayvon Merrick, safety, totally could have gone in the first round. I get that one, though, because safety is just not as highly valued of a position. And I think, Sam Cosmi, offensive tackle. So let's talk real quick a little bit about guys available for the Bengals. I would talk about guys available for the Browns, but I'm not quite as well versed in that, and Thomas is a little busy. So, I mean, I guess I could go through a little bit. I still feel like I actually feel like the Browns still need an edge rusher. So let's see, what are the edge rushers available? Who is still available out of the edge rushers? Azeez. So, yeah, I think, but I don't know if Azeez is going to fall to the Browns. Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma, that could be a guy that they go for. Joseph Osai. That's another guy I was thinking could have possibly gone in the first round. Carlos Basham Jr., that's a guy I kind of hope that might end up on the Bengals, but, Boogie Basham could totally end up on the Browns. Jordan Smith out of UAB. I don't think he's going to go in the second round. I really don't. So, yeah, I definitely think the Browns will be targeting edge rusher. to develop behind Jadeveon Clowney. And I definitely think I don't think Azeez Ojulari is going to fall that far to him, but maybe it could be Ronnie Perkins. Who knows? For the Bengals, a little bit of a surprise. I thought more offensive linemen were going to go than did. Sam Cosmi, in particular, one guy who I thought for sure was going to fall or was going to go and did not. You got Landon Dickerson, Quinn Miners, Wyatt Davis, all guys I talked about earlier. So, I mean, those are all guys who are available. But I do not think that those are going to be guys who the Bengals are going to target because I think they're going to be targeting an offensive tackle. Offensive tackles who are available, let's see, Sewell got taken, Slater got taken, Darisaw got taken. Walker Little from Stanford, I don't really like him projected to the Bengals, but he could go. Dylan Radins is another guy. He's really talented. I've heard a lot of Bengals fans projecting him, but I don't think he fits the Bengals system as well as a lot of other people project. Sam Cosmi, right tackle, could definitely be one of those guys who you take to groom. Liam Eichenberg is another one of those guys I think you could take. But the guy I want to highlight, and I don't know if he's going to fall another 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. I don't know if he's going to fall another 6 picks because I've seen him being projected to the Philadelphia Eagles if he falls into the second round. But I am absolutely ready for Tevin Jenkins, the man, the scary, scary man, to fall 38. Bengals pick him up. Get an offensive guard. I mean, he's an offensive tackle, but I mean, get a guy who can be your offensive guard for now. Start him at offensive guard. Transition him to right tackle when the time is right. This guy will scare the opponents. Tevin Jenkins, within reach. He's right there. I mean, he's got a 5 teams have to pass on him. But let's see who's there. NFL draft order. Here we go, second round. You got Jacksonville Jaguars, who could take an offensive lineman. You've got the New York Jets, also could take an offensive lineman. I was kind of actually expecting them to, and they didn't. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't. Yeah, interior offensive lineman, but not a tackle. So I don't think they'll be taking him. Always could, though. Atlanta Falcons could definitely stand to take an offensive tackle, but I don't know if Tevin Jenkins necessarily fits their system. So, I mean, he could go there, but I don't necessarily think he will. Miami Dolphins, they invested in the offensive tackle position right before the draft started, so I don't see them going in that direction. And then the Philadelphia Eagles, like I said, that's where I've seen a lot of people projecting Tevin Jenkins if he does, in fact, fall into the second round. So I hope they don't. I hope they just see him and like, oh, hello, and then they just don't take him. I mean, they could go other directions with other things they could do. I'm totally not trying to talk myself into that. Jaguars, I could see them taking Pat Freiermuth with the 33rd pick. New York Jets, you know what, just for the hell of it, let's look at who the Jets need and or want. Jets draft needs. Yeah, I could almost actually see them taking Landon Dickerson with this pick. I feel like wide receivers a direction they could go though, and you've got some good ones who I thought were going to fall but didn't. You got Terrace Marshall Jr. right there. You got Elijah Moore. You got Rondale Moore. I do think the Jets are probably going to take a. I don't know which one, but I think the Jets are going to take a wide receiver. Like I said, I think the Jaguars are probably going to take Pat Freiermuth. Falcons, what are their draft needs? This probably isn't particularly great content right here, is it? Falcons needs in the draft. Quarterback. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback at the top of the second round. I mean, they could take Kyle Trask, but I don't think they're going to take him that high. Edge. Well, there's Azeez Ojulari. That could be the Azeez Ojulari pick. And you think they could really use an edge rusher. Secondary. That could be Trayvon Merrick. Yeah, because Trayvon Merrick could be the Keanu Neal replacement for real. They could go offensive line, but like I said, I don't see Tevin Jenkins fitting their system. It looks like running backs, something they could go do. So maybe like a Javonte Williams or something like that. But yeah, I think it's probably a bit unlikely that they would take Tevin Jenkins, but definitely a possibility. The Miami Dolphins, what are their draft needs? Again, I forget the name of the guy they traded for. But let's see. Well, they traded away Eric Flowers, so that's a thing. But I feel like they brought in somebody, didn't they? Oh, he's been playing offensive guard. I thought he was an offensive tackle. Interesting. Bretto, though, my Dolphins fan friend, he'll probably. Oh, they signed. I thought they traded for an offensive tackle. They signed DJ Fluker, who is but probably could bar them from feeling like they need to take offensive tackle particularly high. So the Dolphins draft needs include. Wow, this is not a helpful article at all. I feel like running back is a position that the Dolphins really need. So, I mean, this could be another Javonte Williams. Somebody paying attention to somebody targeting Javonte Williams high in the second round. Wide receiver, they already got their wide receiver. They got Jalen Waddle. Edge rusher, they got Jalen Phillips, which completely gets rid of that need. I mean, there is Javonte Williams, running back. Looks like they're considering that to be one of their biggest needs. So, I mean, yeah, I could totally see them going Javonte Williams with that pick. Who else goes before the Bengals? The Philadelphia Eagles. Now, this is the one that I'm a little worried about. What do they need? They went out and got Linebacker. Now that could be the Jeremiah Uzu-Koromoa pick. That could be it because I'm like, he got to go at some point. He's a really good player. We went and got Devontae Smith at wide receiver, so they don't need that. I could maybe go cornerback. They could go offensive tackle, but I almost kind of feel like Dylan Radins fits them better than he fits us. Maybe Sam Cosme. But I don't know. And it could be Tevin Jenkins. I could be disappointed, but I really feel like I'm just looking at this draft board that's available. I really, really, really feel like Tevin Jenkins could fall to us, unless somebody trades up and goes and gets him, which is a possibility. I hope not. But if Tevin Jenkins is there at 38, I am going to be so happy. So anyway, I'm probably rambling on too much. The first round is over. We're going on almost 5 hours here. It's 12:18 in the morning, and I have work tomorrow. So that's just great, isn't it? But, well, thanks to Jan Romero for being the one person who showed up. That wasn't Thomas, who actually watched this draft. So, Jan, you're my boy. Thank you. And then thank you to anybody who listens or watches this afterwards. You can always find me more what I do at Kyle Phelps 92 on Twitter and Facebook.com/ThePhelps. Don't forget to check out Thomas, our Browns host, who wasn't able to really be here outside of a few comments in the live chat. But you can find him at T_star94 on Twitter and Instagram. And then he's got a YouTube page called Blowdown Page. Yeah, I'm thinking about I'll probably be releasing draft grades. Possibly, I think around 1 draft grades on my own personal channel, and then me and Thomas will probably do draft grades for the Bengals and Browns. Possibly on the next podcast, possibly as a separate video entirely. But yeah, thanks for listening, everybody, and don't forget to like and subscribe to the Battle of Ohio podcast, and let me know what y'all thought. So I'll leave you all with the Who Day.